Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
What if I told you that being single after a long relationship isn't just okay? It might actually be the best thing that's ever happened to you. Forget the stereotypes about loneliness or starting over. Being single could unlock a life that's richer, freer, and more fulfilling than ever before. Imagine this: no more emotional labor, no more negotiating over every little decision, and complete control over your time, your money, and your space. You're finally free to rediscover yourself, to travel the world on your terms, dive into passions you've ignored for decades, and create relationships that truly add value to your life. And here's the kicker: science and experience show that this newfound independence isn't just liberating, it's deeply rewarding. In this video, I'm going to share 15 powerful reasons why life can be better when you're single, inspired by wisdom that stood the test of time. You'll discover how this stage of life can be a springboard to freedom, growth, and happiness. Whether you're navigating this journey by choice or circumstance, stay with me. It's time to embrace this chapter of your life and unlock the endless possibilities waiting for you. 1. Rediscovering old hobbies and exploring new ones. When I found myself single after decades of being in a relationship, I felt both a sense of loss and an unexpected sense of freedom. At first, I didn't know what to do with all the time I suddenly had. But then I remembered something Marcus Aurelius once wrote: "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." That wisdom helped me shift my focus inward to the things I could control, like how I spent my time. I started thinking about the hobbies I used to love but had set aside. I remembered how much joy I found in painting when I was younger. Back then, I'd lose myself in the colors and shapes, completely present in the moment. So I decided to pick it up again. I bought some brushes and paints, set up a small corner in my living room, and began. The strokes on the canvas became a form of meditation, a reminder that life's beauty is often found in simplicity. I also gave myself permission to try something completely new. I'd always been curious about yoga, so I joined a beginner's class. It wasn't just about flexibility. It became a lesson in mindfulness and gratitude for what my body could still do. Seneca's words echoed in my mind: "As long as you live, keep learning how to live." Rediscovering hobbies and exploring new interests has been one of the most liberating aspects of being single. It reminded me that life isn't about what I've lost, but about what I can still create and experience. Each day is an opportunity to grow, to embrace curiosity, and to find joy in the small, meaningful things that bring me closer to myself. 2. Opportunity to travel freely. When I became single, I realized how much freedom I had to finally travel the way I wanted. In the past, trips were always a negotiation: destinations, schedules, even where to eat. But now, I could explore places I'd dreamed of without compromise. Epictetus's reminder came to mind: Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control. I decided to plan a solo trip, something I had never done before. My first destination was a quiet coastal town I'd always wanted to visit. Without needing to align plans with someone else's preferences, I could spend hours wandering through local markets, sitting on the beach with a good book, or simply enjoying the stillness. The solitude wasn't lonely, it was empowering. One of the most enlightening parts of traveling alone was discovering how resourceful I could be. I navigated unfamiliar streets, figured out new public transit systems, and even made friends with locals. Seneca's words resonated deeply. Everywhere is nowhere. When a person spends all their time in foreign travel, they end by having many acquaintances, but no friends. I realized that true travel isn't just about seeing new places. It's about forming meaningful connections with others and with yourself. Traveling freely helped me reconnect with my inner compass. It reminded me that life's richness comes not from what others plan for you, but from the paths you choose for yourself. Each trip became not just a journey to a new place, but a step toward becoming the person I wanted to be: curious, independent, and grateful for the world's endless possibilities. 3. Living life on your own terms. When you're in a long-term relationship, life often becomes a series of compromises. What to watch, where to live, how to spend your weekends, all of it involves negotiation. But when I became single, I realized I could finally design my life around my own desires. It was exhilarating and a little daunting. The words of Marcus Aurelius grounded me. Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. I began to ask myself, what truly made me happy? I found that I loved slow mornings with coffee and journaling, weekends spent hiking, and nights diving into books I'd always meant to read. No one else's schedule dictated mine. I didn't have to justify my choices or feel guilty for indulging in what brought me joy. This freedom extended to my larger goals as well. For years I'd wanted to start a small garden, but I always deferred to what my partner wanted for our shared space. Now I had a patch of earth entirely my own. Tending to it became a metaphor for my new life. I was finally planting seeds for myself, nurturing my own growth. Living on my own terms taught me the power of self-reliance. As Seneca said, "The greatest wealth is a poverty of desires." By stripping away the need to conform to someone else's expectations, I found clarity in what truly mattered to me. Life wasn't just simpler, it was fuller, richer, and deeply aligned with my own values. For the first time, I was living entirely for myself, and it felt incredible. 4. Your home, your sanctuary. When I became single, I realized my home was now truly mine. For years, I had shared decisions about furniture, decor, and how spaces were used. While those compromises were part of a shared life, they often left me feeling like my home didn't fully reflect who I was. Now, I could transform my space into a sanctuary. As Epictetus said, "Man is not worried by real problems so much as by his imagined anxieties about real problems." Having control over my space helped ease those imagined anxieties. I started small, painting walls in colors that brought me joy and rearranging furniture to create a sense of calm. I carved out a cozy reading nook by the window, filled my kitchen with tools for cooking meals I loved, and turned a spare room into an art studio. These changes weren't just about aesthetics. They were about creating a space that felt deeply personal, one that nurtured my peace of mind. This newfound freedom extended to how I lived in my home. If I wanted to stay up late, binge-watching documentaries, I could. If I felt like leaving the dishes until morning, there was no one to judge me. My home became a reflection of my values and priorities, a place of stillness and creativity. Seneca's wisdom often echoed in my mind. True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. In reclaiming my home, I discovered the joy of living fully in the present. My sanctuary wasn't just a physical space, it was a mindset of contentment and peace that I carried with me every day. 5. Financial independence. One of the most liberating aspects of being single was taking full control of my finances. I no longer needed to negotiate spending, save for someone else's priorities, or compromise on long-term goals. My financial decisions were mine alone, and that brought a sense of empowerment I hadn't experienced before. Marcus Aurelius's words guided me. The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. With financial freedom, I could focus my energy on what truly mattered to me. I started by re-evaluating my budget and making deliberate choices about how I spent my money. I invested in experiences that enriched my life, like travel, classes, and hobbies. At the same time, I prioritized long-term goals, such as saving for retirement and building a safety net. Every decision felt intentional and aligned with my personal values. The freedom to manage my money also allowed me to give back in meaningful ways. I donated to causes I cared about without needing to explain or justify my choices to anyone else. As Seneca said, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor." Financial independence gave me the clarity to see that I didn't need more. I just needed to use what I had in a way that brought me fulfillment. Taking charge of my finances wasn't just about money. It was about reclaiming my autonomy. I learned to trust my own judgment, plan for my future, and enjoy the freedom that comes from knowing I was in complete control of my resources. 6. Simpler, more liberating intimacy. One unexpected benefit of being single was how much simpler intimacy became. In my past relationships, intimacy was often entangled with emotional complexities, unspoken expectations, negotiations, and compromises. Now, I was free to define intimacy on my own terms. This shift felt profoundly liberating. As Seneca wisely noted, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." Free from the imagined obligations of partnership, I discovered a new kind of joy. I no longer felt pressure to meet someone else's needs or navigate their emotional states to maintain closeness. Instead, I could focus on what I truly wanted. If I chose to pursue a connection, it was because it brought me genuine happiness, not because I felt obligated to maintain it. For the first time, I understood the value of intimacy as a choice, not a duty. Whether I sought companionship or chose to focus on my own personal growth, every decision was mine to make. This freedom allowed me to engage in relationships with clarity and intention without the baggage of unmet expectations. Living without the weight of those emotional entanglements gave me more energy to invest in myself. I learned to find fulfillment in the things I loved, writing, painting, and simply enjoying the peace of my own company. The simplicity of this new approach to intimacy was a gift that reminded me of Marcus Aurelius's wisdom. If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. By redefining intimacy, I removed unnecessary distress and embraced a life of greater clarity and joy. 7. No more emotional labor. One of the most significant changes I experienced after becoming single was the relief of no longer being responsible for someone else's emotional well-being. In relationships, I often found myself managing not only my own emotions, but also soothing my partner's anxieties, resolving conflicts, and maintaining harmony in the household. While I once accepted this as part of love, I realized how draining it could be. Epictetus's advice came to mind. First say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. Being single allowed me to redirect all that emotional energy inward. I began to focus on my mental health, practicing mindfulness, and exploring what brought me peace and joy. Without the constant need to manage someone else's emotions, I discovered a lighter, freer version of myself. This freedom also improved the quality of my relationships with friends and family. When I wasn't weighed down by emotional labor, I could engage more authentically and give from a place of abundance rather than obligation. As Seneca said, "He who is brave is free." Letting go of emotional caretaking wasn't just brave, it was transformative. The absence of this invisible burden gave me space to build healthier relationships, ones based on mutual respect and support rather than caretaking. I learned that true love, whether romantic or platonic, doesn't require sacrificing your peace for someone else's. Instead, it thrives when both people take responsibility for their own emotions. 8. A stronger sense of self. After years of being in a relationship, I realized I had lost touch with who I was. My identity had become so intertwined with my role as a partner that I'd forgotten what truly made me happy. Becoming single gave me the chance to rediscover myself. Marcus Aurelius's words guided me. Nowhere can man find a quieter or more untroubled retreat than in his own soul. I began by asking myself simple but profound questions. What do I enjoy? What do I value? What kind of life do I want to live? I explored hobbies, reconnected with old friends, and even tried new activities that I never had time for before. Slowly but surely, I started to feel more like myself. Being single also taught me to trust my own decisions. Without someone else's input or validation, I learned to rely on my instincts and preferences. This built a deeper confidence in myself and my ability to create a life that felt fulfilling. Seneca's words became a mantra. As is a tale, so is life. Not how long it is, but how good it is what matters. Through this process, I developed a stronger sense of self. I no longer felt defined by external roles or relationships. Instead, I felt grounded in my own identity, living a life that reflected my values and passions. The journey wasn't always easy, but it was deeply rewarding, and it reminded me that the most important relationship is the one you have with yourself. 9. The gift of peace and quiet. One of the greatest blessings of being single was discovering the power of peace and quiet. When I was in a relationship, my home was always filled with activity, whether it was conversations, TV noise, or just the hum of shared living. While companionship was meaningful, I often longed for moments of stillness. Becoming single gave me exactly that. At first, the quiet felt strange, almost unsettling. But as I adjusted, I began to savor it. I could wake up in the morning and enjoy my coffee without interruptions. I could sit by the window and listen to the rain, or take long solitary walks in the park. These moments of solitude became opportunities to reflect, recharge, and simply be. Epictetus's wisdom resonated with me. People are not disturbed by things, but by the views they take of them. I realized that my initial discomfort with silence wasn't about the quiet itself. It was about my perception of it. Once I embraced it, peace and quiet became a source of immense joy. This stillness also allowed me to cultivate mindfulness. I could focus entirely on the present moment, free from the distractions of a shared life. Over time, I discovered that these quiet moments were some of the most fulfilling parts of my day. They reminded me that happiness isn't always about doing, it's often about simply being. 10. Building a social life on your terms. When I was in a relationship, much of my social life revolved around shared friends, couples gatherings, and events that often catered to my partner's interests as much as mine. Becoming single gave me the opportunity to redefine how, when, and with whom I spent my time. This newfound freedom felt both empowering and liberating. As Marcus Aurelius advised, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. I applied this to my relationships, choosing to surround myself with people who uplifted and inspired me. I reconnected with old friends and sought out new ones who shared my interests and values. Whether it was joining a book club, attending community events, or taking a cooking class, I prioritized connections that felt meaningful. For the first time in years, I didn't have to attend events or engage with people out of obligation. This intentional approach to my social life also helped me set boundaries. If I needed time alone, I didn't feel pressured to explain or justify it. Seneca's wisdom guided me. Associate with those who will make a better man of you. By choosing friendships that added value to my life, I found a deeper sense of fulfillment. Being single allowed me to take control of my social calendar and focus on relationships that truly mattered. It wasn't about the quantity of connections, it was about the quality. This shift not only brought me closer to others, but also closer to myself. 11. Prioritizing health and wellness. When I was in a relationship, my health often took a back seat to the demands of shared life. Dinners out, accommodating someone else's schedule, or simply neglecting self-care in the hustle of daily routines. Once I became single, I realized I had the time and freedom to prioritize my health in ways I never had before. I started by focusing on my physical health. I joined a gym and took up yoga, activities I'd always wanted to try but had never made time for. I began cooking meals that nourished my body and experimenting with new recipes that were both healthy and enjoyable. Marcus Aurelius's words encouraged me. You must take care of your soul if you would have your head in order. My mental health also became a priority. I embraced practices like meditation and journaling, which helped me process emotions and find clarity. I even sought therapy to work through lingering challenges, an act of self-love that strengthened my resilience and emotional well-being. Seneca's wisdom reminded me to focus on what I could control. A man's as miserable as he thinks he is. By taking charge of my health, I felt stronger and more in control of my life. Prioritizing wellness wasn't just about looking or feeling good. It was about building a foundation for a longer, more fulfilling life. The freedom to focus entirely on my well-being transformed my outlook. I learned that caring for myself wasn't selfish, it was essential. And with every small step I took, I felt more empowered to live fully and joyfully. 12. Rediscovering old hobbies and exploring new interests. One of the most fulfilling aspects of being single was rediscovering hobbies I'd set aside and trying new activities I'd always been curious about. When I was married, my time and energy were often devoted to shared responsibilities, or accommodating someone else's preferences. But now I had the freedom to explore what truly brought me joy. I dusted off my old guitar, an instrument I hadn't touched in years, and started relearning songs I used to love. I also took up painting, finding peace in the rhythm of brushstrokes and the vibrant colors coming to life on the canvas. As Seneca wrote, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it." With this new chapter, I committed to using my time intentionally. I also embraced the opportunity to try new things. I signed up for a photography workshop and joined a hiking group, discovering passions I didn't know I had. These activities weren't just about passing time, they were about reconnecting with myself and cultivating a sense of purpose. The process of rediscovery taught me that life is full of possibilities, no matter your age or circumstances. With each new hobby or skill, I felt a sense of accomplishment and joy that reminded me of the limitless potential within us all. 13. Embracing freedom. When I became single, I experienced a kind of freedom I hadn't felt in years. It wasn't just about being able to make decisions on my own. It was about rediscovering the ability to live life exactly how I wanted. This shift reminded me of Marcus Aurelius's wisdom. Do not be constrained by the external. Seek the freedom within yourself. For years I had balanced the needs and preferences of someone else, often putting my own desires on the back burner. Now, I could finally prioritize what mattered most to me. I embraced spontaneous choices, like going on a last-minute road trip, spending an entire day lost in a book, or pursuing a new passion without worrying about anyone else's schedule. This freedom also extended to my mindset. I no longer felt tethered to societal expectations or the pressure to conform to a specific role. Instead, I focused on living authentically and intentionally. Seneca's words guided me. "He who is brave is free." Being single gave me the courage to step into a new chapter of my life, unafraid of the unknown. The beauty of this freedom wasn't just in the big decisions, it was in the everyday moments. I could listen to my intuition, follow my curiosity, and build a life that reflected my values. Embracing this independence taught me that true happiness comes from within, not from external circumstances. It was a reminder that life's possibilities are endless when you take control of your own path. 14. No more. Negotiating the small stuff. One of the most surprising joys of being single was the simplicity of everyday life. In a relationship, even the smallest decisions, what to eat for dinner, what time to go to bed, or how to spend the weekend, often required negotiation. While compromise can be healthy, it can also be exhausting. Being single eliminated those constant discussions, leaving me free to make choices based solely on my preferences. I found a strange but profound satisfaction in deciding to eat cereal for dinner just because I felt like it, or staying up late binge-watching documentaries without worrying about waking someone else. These small freedoms may seem trivial, but they added up to a life that felt more relaxed and enjoyable. Marcus Aurelius's advice rang true. If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it. When I was single, I didn't have to justify my actions or second-guess my decisions based on someone else's opinion. Living without these daily negotiations allowed me to focus on what truly mattered. It wasn't about rebelling against compromise. It was about honoring my own needs and desires. Over time, I realized how much energy I had saved by not constantly accommodating someone else, and I was able to channel that energy into my passions and personal growth. 15. the gift of peace and quiet. One of the greatest, most unexpected gifts of being single was the ability to enjoy peace and quiet whenever I wanted. In a relationship, there was always background noise, conversations, shared activities, or the hum of daily life together. While I valued companionship, I often found myself craving stillness. When I became single, I finally had the space to enjoy moments of true solitude. I'd wake up to quiet mornings, sip my coffee slowly, and watch the sunrise without a single interruption. I could spend afternoons reading, journaling, or simply sitting in silence. These moments weren't lonely. They were deeply rejuvenating. Seneca's wisdom guided me. The greatest blessings of mankind are within us and within our reach. A wise man is content with his lot, whatever it may be, without wishing for what he has not. I realized that peace wasn't something I needed to seek outside myself. It was already there, waiting for me to embrace it. This quiet time became a way to reflect and recharge, helping me cultivate mindfulness and gratitude for the simplicity of life. It also deepened my appreciation for the beauty of the present moment. The gift of peace and quiet wasn't just about having less noise. It was about finding clarity and calm in the stillness of my own company. So, there you have it. 15 powerful reasons why being single again isn't just a new chapter. It's an opportunity to create a life that's truly your own. Whether it's embracing freedom, rediscovering old passions, or building deeper connections, this stage of life is filled with possibilities you might not have imagined. Now, I'd love to hear from you. Which of these reasons resonated most with you? Are you currently embracing the single life, or is it something you're considering? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. I read every one and can't wait to hear your stories. If you found this video inspiring or helpful, make sure to give it a thumbs up. And don't forget to subscribe for more content about living a life full of freedom, growth, and wisdom. And if you think someone else might benefit from hearing this message, share this video with them. It might just change their perspective. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Ever wondered if you're overlooking crucial signs in your relationship that suggest it's time to walk away? Relationships are complex, and sometimes it's hard to see the red flags when you're emotionally invested. Imagine if you had a guide to help you recognize these signs and make informed decisions for your well-being. In this video, we delve into the wisdom of Stoicism to uncover 15 critical insights that can help you determine when it's wise to end a relationship. These timeless principles will empower you to prioritize your self-respect and emotional health, ensuring you only invest in relationships that truly enrich your life. Let's explore these insights together, starting with a common but often overlooked red flag: controlling behavior. Number 1, controlling behavior. If your partner demands you give up your hobbies or friends, it's a red flag for controlling behavior. In a healthy relationship, both partners should feel free to pursue their interests and maintain their social connections. Imagine you're passionate about playing basketball with your friends every Saturday. It's your time to unwind, stay fit, and socialize. However, your partner constantly complains about this hobby, insisting that you should spend Saturdays with them instead. They might say things like, "If you really loved me, you'd spend more time with me on weekends," or "Your friends are a bad influence on you." This kind of behavior is not just about them wanting to spend more time together. It's about control. Over time, you might find yourself isolated, having given up not only basketball, but also other hobbies and friendships that were important to you. Your world shrinks to revolve solely around them, and this can lead to resentment and a loss of personal identity. For example, consider John's story. John loved playing the guitar and often jammed with his band. His girlfriend, however, didn't like the time he spent away from her and demanded he quit the band. Reluctantly, John agreed, but he soon found himself feeling trapped and unhappy. The relationship eventually ended because John realized he had sacrificed too much of himself to appease his partner. A controlling partner's demands can erode your sense of self and well-being. It's crucial to recognize these signs early and address them, or if necessary, walk away to preserve your independence and happiness. Number 2, infidelity. Unfaithfulness is a deal breaker, and downplaying it as a one-time mistake is unacceptable. Trust is the cornerstone of any relationship. When your partner cheats, it shatters this foundation. For instance, imagine discovering that your partner has been texting and meeting up with someone else. They may brush it off, saying it was just a fling. It meant nothing. But infidelity, regardless of how it's framed, is a profound breach of trust and respect. Take Sarah's experience as an example. She found out that her boyfriend had cheated on her during a business trip. When confronted, he dismissed it as a one-time mistake and begged for forgiveness. Despite his apologies, Sarah couldn't shake off the betrayal. Every time he went on another trip, she was consumed by doubt and insecurity. This constant state of anxiety eroded her self-esteem and well-being. Infidelity doesn't just hurt in the moment. Its effects linger, creating a toxic environment filled with suspicion and pain. It's crucial to acknowledge that staying in a relationship after such a betrayal often leads to prolonged emotional suffering. Walking away from an unfaithful partner is essential to preserving your dignity and mental health. Number 3, lack of effort. A partner who makes little to no effort to contribute to the relationship or support you emotionally is not committed. A healthy relationship thrives on mutual effort. Both partners should actively participate in making each other feel valued and supported. Imagine you're always the one planning dates, initiating conversations, and showing interest in your partner's life while they barely reciprocate. This imbalance indicates a lack of genuine commitment. Consider David and Lisa's relationship. David noticed that he was always the one cooking meals, organizing outings, and checking in on Lisa's well-being. Lisa, however, rarely did the same for him. When David brought it up, Lisa dismissed his concerns, saying she was just not good at those things. Over time, David felt unappreciated and exhausted from carrying the weight of the relationship alone. A partner who doesn't put in the effort shows a lack of respect and appreciation for you. Relationships require work from both sides, and if your partner isn't willing to meet you halfway, it's a clear sign that they're not fully invested. It's wise to reconsider your involvement in such a one-sided dynamic. Shy A partner who never takes responsibility and always blames you for issues lacks maturity and the ability to sustain a healthy relationship. Accountability is vital in any relationship. When problems arise, both partners should be willing to acknowledge their part and work towards a solution. If your partner consistently shifts the blame onto you, it shows a lack of maturity and an inability to self-reflect. Imagine you and your partner have a disagreement about finances. Instead of discussing the issue calmly, your partner immediately accuses you of poor money management, despite you both having made financial decisions together. This pattern of blame shifting can create a toxic environment where you feel constantly at fault and undervalued. Take Anna and Mark's story. Whenever an argument arose, Mark would twist the situation to make it seem like Anna's fault, even when it clearly wasn't. Over time, Anna began to doubt herself and her decisions, feeling increasingly powerless in the relationship. A partner who can't own up to their mistakes isn't ready for a mature, healthy relationship. Mutual responsibility is key to resolving conflicts and growing together. If blame shifting is a recurring issue, it may be time to step away and seek a relationship built on mutual respect and accountability. Number 5, frequent lies. Dishonesty, even about minor issues, can indicate deeper trust issues and a lack of integrity. Honesty is the bedrock of trust. When your partner lies, it erodes the trust that binds you. Even small, seemingly insignificant lies can accumulate, leading to a web of deceit that damages the relationship. Consider Emily and Jack's relationship. Jack often lied about small things like where he was or who he was with. Emily initially dismissed these lies as harmless, but over time she began to feel increasingly suspicious and anxious. Each lie, no matter how small, chipped away at her trust in Jack. Honesty is crucial for a healthy relationship. When lies become a regular occurrence, it signals a deeper issue of integrity and respect. A partner who values you will be honest, even when it's uncomfortable. If dishonesty is a persistent problem, it's essential to reassess the relationship and consider moving on for your peace of mind. Number 6, dismissing feelings. A partner who dismisses your feelings and calls you overly sensitive is not respecting your emotions. Your emotions are valid and deserve to be acknowledged and respected. If your partner dismisses your feelings, it shows a lack of empathy and understanding. Imagine sharing your disappointment about a cancelled date, and your partner responds with, "You're being too sensitive. It's not a big deal." And take Mia's experience. Whenever she expressed her feelings about something that upset her, her boyfriend would dismiss her as overly emotional. He would often say, "You need to toughen up," instead of addressing her concerns. This dismissal made Mia feel unheard and invalidated. A partner who belittles your emotions is not valuing your perspective. It's important to be with someone who listens and empathizes with your feelings. Dismissing emotions can lead to a buildup of resentment and hurt. If your partner consistently invalidates your feelings, it's a sign to consider leaving the relationship for your emotional well-being. Number 7, talking about exes. Frequent mentions of past relationships suggest that your partner might still be hung up on their ex, making you a rebound. Constantly hearing about your partner's ex can be unsettling and indicates unresolved feelings. Imagine cooking dinner together and your partner frequently brings up how their ex used to do things differently. This comparison can make you feel inadequate and undervalued. Consider Tom's situation. His girlfriend often reminisced about her ex, even during intimate moments. She would say things like, "My ex used to take me to this restaurant," making Tom feel like he was constantly being compared. This behavior made Tom question his place in her heart. Talking about exes can signify that your partner hasn't fully moved on. A healthy relationship focuses on the present and future, not the past. If your partner frequently brings up their ex, it might be a sign that they're not ready for a new relationship. It's important to address this issue and, if necessary, walk away to protect your emotional health. Number 8, self-centeredness. And if your partner is only interested in themselves and not in your achievements or goals, it's a sign they may not truly care about you. A balanced relationship involves mutual interest and support. If your partner is consistently self-centered, it can feel like your needs and aspirations are ignored. For example, imagine sharing exciting news about a promotion at work, but your partner quickly changes the topic to their own day without acknowledging your achievement. Consider Julia's experience. Whenever she tried to discuss her goals and dreams, her boyfriend would divert the conversation to his interests. He rarely asked about her day or supported her ambitions. Julia felt increasingly neglected and unimportant in the relationship. A self-centered partner fails to provide the emotional support necessary for a healthy relationship. It's essential to be with someone who celebrates your successes and stands by you during challenges. If your partner is only focused on themselves, it's a red flag that they may not truly value the relationship. Number 9, false accusations. Baseless accusations of cheating erode trust and indicate deeper issues in the relationship. Trust is fundamental in any relationship. When your partner accuses you of infidelity without evidence, it shows insecurity and a lack of trust. Imagine being constantly questioned about your whereabouts or who you're talking to, despite having done nothing wrong. Take Rachel's story. Her boyfriend frequently accused her of cheating whenever she spent time with friends or stayed late at work. These accusations were unfounded and stemmed from his own insecurities. The constant need to defend herself made Rachel feel suffocated and mistrusted. False accusations create a toxic environment where you're perpetually on the defensive. Trust should be built on mutual respect and confidence in each other. If your partner's baseless accusations persist, it's a sign of deeper issues that need to be addressed. Sometimes the healthiest choice is to walk away from such a draining situation. Number 10, always busy. If your partner is constantly too busy for you, it indicates a lack of genuine interest in the relationship. Time and attention are crucial for maintaining a strong relationship. If your partner frequently uses their busy schedule as an excuse to avoid spending time with you, it signals a lack of priority. Imagine messaging your partner about meeting up only to receive responses like, "I'm swamped at work," or "maybe next week." Consider Alex's experience. His girlfriend always claimed she was too busy with work and personal commitments to see him. While Alex made time for her, despite his own hectic schedule, she rarely reciprocated. This consistent brush-off made Alex feel unimportant and undervalued. A partner who truly cares will make time for you, no matter how busy they are. It's about finding balance and showing that the relationship matters. If your partner is perpetually unavailable, it's a red flag that their interest might not be as strong as yours. It's important to recognize this and consider whether the relationship is meeting your needs. Number 11, pointing out flaws. Constant criticism from your partner indicates they are not supportive and may hinder your personal growth. Constructive feedback is essential, but constant criticism can be damaging. Imagine your partner frequently pointing out your mistakes and flaws, making you feel inadequate. Instead of focusing on your strengths and encouraging your growth, they highlight your shortcomings, eroding your self-esteem. Consider Leo's experience. His girlfriend often criticized his appearance, career choices, and even his hobbies. Comments like, "You should dress better," or "Why are you still stuck in that dead-end job?" became common. Over time, Leo began to doubt his worth and felt discouraged from pursuing his passions. In a healthy relationship, partners should uplift and support each other. Constantly pointing out flaws shows a lack of respect and appreciation. It's important to feel valued and confident with your partner, not belittled. If you find yourself in a relationship where criticism is frequent and harsh, it may be time to evaluate its impact on your well-being and consider moving on. Number 12. Lack of respect. If your partner often disrespects you in public or private, it's a clear sign that they do not value you or the relationship. Respect is fundamental in any relationship. Disrespect can manifest in various ways, such as mocking your opinions, belittling your accomplishments, or ignoring your boundaries. Imagine sharing your thoughts during a discussion only for your partner to roll their eyes and dismiss your perspective. Take Karen's story. Her boyfriend frequently made fun of her in front of their friends, joking about her intelligence and capabilities. Although he claimed it was all in good fun, Karen felt humiliated and devalued. This behavior extended to their private conversations, where he would undermine her decisions and opinions. A partner who respects you will treat you with kindness and consideration, both publicly and privately. Disrespect erodes the foundation of a relationship and can lead to long-term emotional harm. If your partner consistently disrespects you, it's crucial to address the issue and, if necessary, leave the relationship to protect your self-worth. Number 13, inconsistent behavior. If your partner's actions and words frequently contradict each other, it creates confusion and mistrust, signaling an unstable relationship. Consistency in actions and words is key to building trust. Imagine your partner promising to spend more time with you, but repeatedly canceling plans at the last minute without a valid reason. This inconsistency can make you feel unsure about their true intentions and commitment. Consider Nathan's situation. His girlfriend often made grand promises about their future together, but rarely followed through on any of them. She would talk about moving in together or planning trips, but when the time came, she always had excuses. This left Nathan feeling confused and uncertain about the stability of their relationship. Inconsistent behavior can create a sense of instability and mistrust. A reliable partner aligns their actions with their words, providing a stable foundation for the relationship. If you find yourself constantly questioning your partner's intentions due to their inconsistency, it may be a sign that the relationship is not built on solid ground. Number 14, emotional dependency. If your partner relies on you for all their emotional support, it's a sign they need professional help and the relationship is unhealthy. While supporting each other emotionally is important, relying solely on one partner for all emotional needs can be overwhelming. Imagine your partner turning to you for every emotional crisis, expecting you to fix all their problems without seeking help elsewhere. Consider Emma's experience. Her boyfriend constantly depended on her for emotional support, from handling stress at work to dealing with personal insecurities. Emma found herself drained and unable to focus on her own needs. Despite suggesting he seek therapy, he refused, placing all his emotional burdens on her. A balanced relationship involves mutual support while maintaining individual emotional resilience. If your partner's emotional dependency becomes overwhelming, it indicates they may need professional help. It's essential to recognize the limits of what you can provide and ensure your own emotional health is not compromised. Number 15, constant negativity. If your partner is consistently negative or pessimistic, it can drain your energy and affect your well-being. Positivity and optimism are crucial for a healthy relationship. Imagine your partner always focusing on the negatives, complaining about their job, criticizing others, and rarely expressing gratitude or joy. This constant negativity can be exhausting and impact your own outlook on life. Consider Josh's story. His girlfriend was perpetually negative, always finding something to complain about. Whether it was about her day, their plans, or the people around them, her pessimism overshadowed any positive moments they shared. Over time, Josh found himself feeling more anxious and less enthusiastic about their future together. Being with a partner who constantly brings a negative attitude can be draining. It's important to surround yourself with positivity and support. If your partner's negativity is affecting your mental and emotional well-being, it may be necessary to reevaluate the relationship and consider moving on to preserve your happiness. In conclusion, maintaining self-respect and seeking a supportive partner is crucial for a healthy and fulfilling relationship. Recognizing these red flags early on can save you from prolonged emotional distress and help you make informed decisions about your relationship. Remember, a relationship should enhance your life, not drain it. If these red flags appear, it's wise to consider walking away to protect your well-being and happiness.
Once upon a time, the seeker's journey to peace. Once upon a time, in a tranquil village nestled at the foot of misty mountains, there lived a young man named Akio. Though admired for his diligence and ambition, Akio felt a gnawing emptiness that no achievement could fill. Despite his youth and accomplishments, he was restless, yearning for something he couldn't quite name. One spring evening, after a day of toiling in the fields, Akio found himself wandering away from the village. The golden hues of the setting sun bathed the landscape in serenity, yet Akio's heart was anything but calm. The path he chose was unfamiliar, winding through hills dotted with cherry blossoms. The air grew cooler as he climbed, carrying the mingling scents of pine and blooming flowers. At the end of the path stood an ancient temple, its moss-covered stones exuding an air of timeless wisdom. The gates were slightly ajar, as if inviting him in. Inside, an elderly Zen master named Ryokan was tending to a rock garden. His movements were deliberate, his focus unwavering as he smoothed patterns in the sand with a wooden rake. There was an aura of peace about him that both intrigued and calmed Akio. Hesitating only briefly, Akio stepped closer. Akio, "Excuse me, master. I hope I'm not disturbing you." Ryokan, looking up with a warm smile. "Not at all, young one. What brings you to this quiet place?" Akio, "I feel lost. My life is full of effort and ambition, but something is missing. Despite my achievements, I can't find peace. Can you help me?" Ryokan, gesturing to a bench beneath a cherry tree. "Sit with me, young one. Peace is not something you find, it is something you cultivate. Let me share with you 5 lessons that have guided me on my own journey." Lesson 1. Live in the moment. As they settled under the blooming tree, Ryokan began. Ryokan, the root of most suffering lies in our inability to be present. We are either caught up in regrets about the past or consumed by fears of the future. But the only moment we truly have is now. Akio, I understand, but my mind is always racing. How do I quiet it? Ryokan, smiling gently. Start with your breath. Your breath is your anchor to the present. Sit quietly for a few minutes each day and focus on your inhalations and exhalations. When your mind wanders, gently guide it back. Over time, you will find your thoughts settling like ripples on a pond. Ryokan paused, then continued. Ryokan, mindfulness is not just about sitting still. It's about being fully engaged in whatever you're doing. When you eat, savor every bite. When you walk, feel the ground beneath your feet. Even mundane tasks can become profound when done with presence. Akio, I often rush through my days, barely tasting my food or noticing my surroundings. Perhaps that's why I feel so disconnected. Ryokan. Exactly. Tomorrow, try eating your breakfast slowly, savoring each bite. You'll find that even simple acts can bring immense joy when done mindfully. Akio, nodding. I will. It seems so simple, yet it feels like it could make a big difference. Lesson 2. Embrace change. Ryokan picked up a cherry blossom that had fallen at their feet. Ryokan. Do you see this flower? It reminds us of life's impermanence. Everything changes, Akio. Seasons shift, rivers carve new paths, and even mountains erode over time. Resisting change only creates suffering, but when you accept it, you find freedom. Akio. I understand that change is inevitable, but it's difficult to let go when it's painful. Ryokan. Start by observing nature. Watch how trees shed their leaves without resistance, trusting that new growth will come. Reflect on how changes in your own life have led to growth or opened new opportunities. Acceptance is not about giving up. It's about understanding and trusting life's flow. Akio. Thoughtfully. I've been holding on to expectations of how my life should be. Perhaps it's time to let go. Ryokan. Yes, young one. When you release what no longer serves you, you create space for what truly matters. Ryokan leaned forward, his tone softening. Ryokan. Think of a river. When a rock blocks its path, the water doesn't stop. It simply flows around it. Life is much the same. Adaptation is the secret to resilience. Akio. That's a beautiful way to look at it. I'll try to embrace change with more courage. Lesson 3. Surrender control. The master leaned back, gazing at the stars emerging in the twilight sky. Ryokan. One of life's greatest illusions is control. People plan and worry, thinking they can dictate every outcome. But life is unpredictable, and the tighter you grip, the more it slips through your fingers. Akio. But if I don't try to control things, won't everything fall apart? Ryokan, chuckling softly. Focus on what you can influence, your actions, your attitude, your effort. Let go of the rest. Trust the flow of life, much like crossing a river. You can't control the current, but you can choose how to navigate it. Akio, frowning. It sounds simple, but it's hard to let go of the need to control everything. Ryokan. Hard, yes, but liberating. When you surrender the illusion of control, you free yourself from unnecessary stress. Life often unfolds in ways we cannot predict, and sometimes those surprises are gifts. Akio. I've spent so much time trying to perfect everything. Maybe it's time to trust more. Ryokan. Indeed. Letting go is not about giving up. It's about making room for possibilities beyond your imagination. Lesson 4. Cultivate gratitude. Ryokan reached into his robe and retrieved a small notebook. Ryokan. I keep this journal to remind myself of life's blessings. Each evening, I write down 3 things I am grateful for. Gratitude shifts your perspective, Akio. It turns what you have into enough. Akio. But what if I don't feel grateful? Ryokan. Start small. Be grateful for the food you eat, the air you breathe, the roof over your head. As you practice, you will see more and more to appreciate. Gratitude is a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it becomes. Akio, smiling faintly. I'll try it tonight. It's such a simple habit, but I can see how it could change the way I view my life. Lesson 5. Create a sanctuary. The master gestured to the tranquil surroundings of the temple. Ryokan. Your environment reflects your mind, Akio. A cluttered space breeds a cluttered spirit. If you wish to find peace, start by creating a peaceful environment. Akio. How can I do that? Ryokan. Clear the clutter from your home. Surround yourself with items that bring you joy. Add natural elements like plants or stones. Create a small corner for reflection where you can retreat when life feels overwhelming. Your outer world shapes your inner one. Ryokan smiled and pointed to a simple stone lantern in the garden. Ryokan, even small touches like this lantern can bring calm and focus. Your sanctuary doesn't have to be elaborate. It simply needs to reflect your desire for peace. The transformation. As the moon rose high, casting its silver light over the temple, Akio felt a profound shift within him. The master's words were simple, yet deeply resonant. Akio, thank you, master. I will carry these lessons with me and nurture them. Ryokan, remember, peace is not a destination, it is a practice. Be patient with yourself and trust the journey. In the weeks that followed, Akio applied the teachings to his life. He practiced mindfulness, embraced change, and surrendered control. He found joy in gratitude and created a serene space in his home. Slowly, the restlessness that once plagued him gave way to a profound sense of peace. Word of Akio's transformation spread, and soon others sought him out for guidance. Like the master who had taught him, Akio shared these lessons, becoming a beacon of hope for those seeking inner calm. And so, the young seeker became a teacher, proving that peace is not found in the world around us, but cultivated in the quiet strength of the heart. Akio often returned to the temple, not as a student, but as a friend of the master. Together, they continued their discussions, enriching each other's understanding of life. Over time, Akio realized that his journey was not just about finding peace, but about inspiring others to embark on their own paths to tranquility.
Have you ever walked into a room and instantly felt the tension without anyone saying a word? Or perhaps you've met someone whose smile made you feel instantly at ease. These experiences highlight the incredible power of non-verbal communication. In a world where words often take center stage, it's easy to overlook the silent signals that profoundly shape our interactions. But what if you could decode these hidden messages to understand people better and improve your relationships? Join us on a journey into the fascinating realm of body language and non-verbal cues, where the eyes, face, gestures, and even personal space reveal the unspoken truths behind our words. By learning to read these signs, you'll gain a powerful tool for enhancing your emotional intelligence and connecting more deeply with others. 1. Focus on the eyes. The eyes are often called the windows to the soul, capable of revealing a vast array of emotions and thoughts. Observing someone's eyes can provide deep insights into their honesty, interest, and emotional state. For example, consider a job interview scenario. The candidate who maintains steady eye contact is perceived as confident and truthful. This direct gaze not only signals confidence, but also builds a connection with the interviewer, fostering trust. Conversely, a person who frequently averts their gaze might be experiencing discomfort, shyness, or even deceit. Imagine a situation where a friend is recounting a story about a recent trip. If they avoid eye contact or their eyes dart around nervously, it may indicate they're not being entirely truthful or they feel uneasy discussing the topic. Pupil dilation is another critical indicator. When someone is genuinely interested in what you're saying, their pupils tend to dilate. This physiological response is involuntary and can be quite revealing in social interactions. Picture a date where your companion's pupils are noticeably larger when you're sharing a story. They're likely very engaged and interested in you. Expressions involving the eyes, such as raised eyebrows or narrowed eyes, also convey specific emotions. Raised eyebrows can signal surprise, or interest. For instance, if you share an exciting piece of news with a colleague and their eyebrows shoot up, it shows they are genuinely intrigued. On the other hand, narrowed eyes often indicate suspicion or skepticism. If someone narrows their eyes while listening to you, it might be a cue that they doubt the truth or clarity of your statement. Understanding these subtle eye movements and expressions can greatly enhance your ability to read and respond to the emotions and intentions of those around you, making your interactions more meaningful and authentic. Decoding facial expressions. Facial expressions are powerful indicators of a person's emotional state, revealing feelings that might not be expressed verbally. For example, during a conversation, a genuine smile, one that reaches the eyes and causes crow's feet, indicates true happiness and engagement. Imagine greeting a friend you haven't seen in years. Their face lights up with a genuine smile, reflecting their joy and warmth towards you. In contrast, subtle expressions like a slight frown or furrowed brows can signal concern, confusion, or concentration. Picture a meeting where a team member furrows their brow while reviewing a proposal. This might suggest they have questions or reservations about the content, prompting you to address their concerns directly. Tense facial muscles are often a sign of stress or discomfort. For instance, if a colleague's jaw is clenched and their smile appears forced during a presentation, it likely indicates they are nervous or uncomfortable with the situation. Recognizing these cues can help you provide support or adjust your approach to make them feel more at ease. 3. Gestures and body language. Gestures and overall body posture convey messages that words might not fully express. For example, crossed arms can indicate defensiveness or discomfort. Imagine a scenario where you're giving feedback to an employee. If they cross their arms and lean back, it might suggest they are feeling defensive or disagree with your points. Conversely, leaning forward and maintaining an open posture with arms relaxed and uncrossed shows interest and engagement. In a classroom setting, students who lean forward and nod occasionally are actively listening and absorbing the information being presented. Touching the face can be a sign of anxiety or uncertainty. Picture someone scratching their chin or covering their mouth while making a decision. These gestures often indicate that they are unsure and possibly second-guessing their choices. Recognizing these signs can guide you in offering reassurance or additional information to help them feel more confident. 4. Observing micro-expressions. Micro-expressions are brief, involuntary facial expressions that reveal genuine emotions, often occurring in fractions of a second. These fleeting expressions can be crucial in understanding someone's true feelings. For instance, a flash of fear, widened eyes and raised eyebrows during a tense conversation might indicate the person is feeling threatened or anxious, even if they are verbally expressing calm. Similarly, a quick expression of disgust, characterized by a wrinkled nose and raised upper lip, can reveal true feelings about a subject being discussed. Imagine someone briefly showing disgust while talking about a particular task at work. This micro-expression could indicate their true dislike or discomfort with the assignment, despite any positive statements they make. Happiness is often revealed through a genuine smile, but a micro-expression of joy might appear even if someone tries to conceal their happiness. For example, receiving unexpected praise might trigger a fleeting smile before they compose themselves, indicating their genuine pleasure at the compliment. 5. Monitoring vocal tone and pitch. Changes in vocal tone, pitch, and speed can provide significant clues about a person's emotional state. A higher pitch often suggests anxiety or deception. For instance, during a stressful situation, a person's voice might rise as they attempt to explain themselves, indicating nervousness or a lack of confidence in their words. A steady, calm tone, on the other hand, often signals confidence and sincerity. Imagine a leader addressing their team during a crisis. Their calm, measured speech can reassure and instill confidence in the team, even if the situation is challenging. Rapid speech can signify nervousness or excitement. Picture someone excitedly sharing news about a promotion. Their words may come quickly, and their pitch might rise, reflecting their enthusiasm and joy. Conversely, someone speaking quickly during an interrogation might be trying to cover their tracks or fabricate details, indicating possible deceit. 6. Analyzing personal space. Personal space preferences can reflect comfort levels and intentions. For instance, standing close to someone can indicate familiarity or intimacy. In a social setting, close friends or family members are comfortable being physically close, reflecting their strong emotional bonds. Maintaining a greater distance can signify formality or discomfort. In a professional setting, maintaining a respectful distance during conversations indicates professionalism and respect for personal boundaries. Conversely, invading someone's personal space can be seen as aggressive or overly intimate. Imagine a salesperson stepping too close during a pitch, making the customer feel uneasy and defensive. 7. Evaluating handshakes. A handshake can reveal much about a person's personality and emotional state. A firm handshake suggests confidence and assertiveness. For example, in a business meeting, a firm handshake at the beginning can set a positive tone, indicating the person's confidence and readiness to engage. A limp handshake may indicate insecurity or reluctance. Imagine meeting someone who offers a weak, hesitant handshake. This might suggest they are unsure of themselves or not fully committed to the interaction. A prolonged handshake can be a sign of dominance or eagerness. For instance, a person who holds on a bit too long might be trying to assert control or make a lasting impression. 8. Notice fidgeting. Fidgeting behaviors, such as tapping feet or drumming fingers, often signal nervousness or impatience. Imagine a student waiting for exam results. If they are constantly fidgeting, it likely indicates their anxiety and impatience. Recognizing these signs can help you offer reassurance or distractions to ease their tension. Conversely, stillness can reflect calmness and self-control. Picture a negotiator in a high-stakes discussion who remains perfectly still and composed. Their lack of fidgeting signals confidence and control, potentially giving them an advantage in the negotiation. 9. Paying attention to posture. A person's posture provides significant insights into their feelings and attitudes. An open posture, with arms relaxed and not crossed, shows openness and confidence. In a job interview, a candidate who sits up straight and keeps their arms open is likely confident and eager to engage. A closed posture, such as crossing arms or hunching, can indicate defensiveness or discomfort. Imagine a participant in a group discussion who sits with their arms crossed and shoulders hunched. This body language suggests they feel defensive or are not comfortable with the topic being discussed. 10. Watching for incongruence. When verbal and non-verbal messages do not align, it often signals deceit or internal conflict. For example, if someone verbally expresses confidence but avoids eye contact or displays nervous tics, their body language contradicts their words, suggesting they might not be entirely truthful or comfortable. In another scenario, consider a person who claims to be relaxed but is constantly fidgeting and showing tense facial expressions. This incongruence between their words and actions reveals their internal struggle or deceit. Being attuned to these inconsistencies can help you better understand the true feelings and intentions of those you interact with, enhancing your communication and emotional intelligence. In conclusion, mastering the art of reading non-verbal communication opens a gateway to deeper understanding and more meaningful connections. From the subtle flicker of a micro-expression to the telltale signs in a handshake, these silent signals offer profound insights into the emotions and intentions of those around us. By honing your ability to interpret these cues, you can navigate social interactions with greater empathy and awareness, enhancing both personal and professional relationships. Imagine the advantages of detecting honesty in a business deal through eye movements, or recognizing a friend's discomfort through their body language. These skills empower you to respond more effectively and compassionately, fostering trust and cooperation. As you continue to explore and practice these techniques, you'll find yourself more attuned to the complex, unspoken dance of human interaction. At Wiser, we believe that understanding and leveraging non-verbal communication is a cornerstone of emotional intelligence. Stay with us as we delve deeper into this and other facets of personal growth and wisdom. Together, we'll unlock the secrets of effective communication, paving the way for a more connected and insightful life.
Are you tired of waiting for motivation to strike before you take action? Imagine a life where you're always ready to act, no matter the obstacles. This is where the ancient wisdom of Stoicism comes in. I'll share with you 10 powerful Stoic-inspired strategies to help you force yourself to take purposeful action, even on the hardest days. Think about it. You know what you want. You have the goals, but every time you go to take that first step, something holds you back. It could be procrastination, self-doubt, or just the overwhelming feeling of, where do I even start? I'm going to break down actionable Stoic principles that tackle these exact struggles. Imagine overcoming procrastination, finding clarity of purpose, and actually turning challenges into opportunities for growth. These aren't just philosophies. They're practical techniques that have helped people lead more disciplined and focused lives for centuries. By the end of this video, you'll have 10 strategies you can apply daily to transform your habits, simplify your life, and finally take control of your actions. These are timeless insights designed to help you become a more intentional, resilient version of yourself. Ready to master the art of purposeful action? Let's dive into each of these Stoic principles, starting now. 1. Take small steps. Whenever I think about a big goal I want to accomplish, I admit I often feel overwhelmed. The vision of what I want can be so massive that it's hard to know where to start. I remind myself of the Stoic wisdom about taking small, steady steps toward any significant goal. Rather than focusing on the intimidating end point, I try to break things down into smaller, more manageable actions that I can work on daily. In my experience, these small steps are where the real momentum starts. Each step, no matter how small, is a little victory that gives me a sense of accomplishment and motivates me to keep going. There have been times when I've tried to do too much at once and felt burnt out or even defeated. But when I slow down and take things one step at a time, I can build up a consistent rhythm, making it much easier to stick with my goals over the long term. This approach doesn't just work for big dreams, but also for everyday tasks. If I feel overwhelmed by a project at work or something at home, I break it down and tackle each part one at a time. Doing this helps me feel more in control and makes even the toughest tasks feel achievable. With each small step, I remind myself that I'm moving forward, and that's all that really matters. In the end, progress is about persistence, not perfection. Taking things one small step at a time keeps me grounded, focused, and motivated to keep going. 2. Embrace memento mori to boost urgency. Reflecting on the concept of memento mori, remembering that life is finite, has changed how I approach my time and priorities. The reminder that life isn't endless isn't something morbid or negative. Instead, it's a way to focus on what truly matters. Whenever I'm tempted to procrastinate or spend too much time on things that don't align with my values, I pause and think about how I'd feel if this was my last day. How would I want to spend it? This perspective helps me cut through the noise and focus on actions that genuinely matter to me. It's a gentle nudge to stop waiting for the right moment and to start acting with purpose and urgency. If I have a goal I've been putting off, memento mori pushes me to start now, rather than waiting for everything to feel perfect, which rarely happens anyway. Thinking this way also helps me appreciate the present. I know that my time is limited, so I'm motivated to make the most of each day. Instead of spending hours scrolling through social media or getting lost in trivial distractions, I'm more likely to reach out to loved ones, work on my passions, or do something that adds value to my life. Knowing that time is fleeting makes me more mindful and intentional, pushing me to take purposeful action rather than letting time slip by unnoticed. Embracing memento mori has brought more meaning to my life, encouraging me to live fully and act with clarity and commitment every day. 3. Cultivate gratitude for the opportunity to act. When daily tasks pile up or my to-do list feels endless, I sometimes catch myself feeling frustrated or overwhelmed. But instead of letting those feelings take over, I've learned to pause and find gratitude for the opportunity to act. Stoicism teaches that every task, even the small or tedious ones, is an opportunity to practice patience, resilience, and discipline. When I approach my responsibilities this way, they transform from chores to chances for growth. This mindset shift has changed how I feel about routine. Instead of dreading certain tasks, I see them as a way to build my character and strengthen my resolve. Whether it's working out, staying late to finish a project, or simply doing household chores, I remind myself that each action is part of a bigger picture. Every effort, no matter how small, contributes to my personal growth. Gratitude also makes these tasks feel lighter. When I remind myself that I have the ability and time to take action, it feels like a privilege rather than a burden. There are countless people who might long for the chance to pursue what I sometimes take for granted. So, instead of viewing my responsibilities as exhausting, I see them as gifts that allow me to grow and live fully. This perspective not only motivates me to take action, but also fills my day with a sense of purpose and appreciation, turning every task into a meaningful part of my journey. 4. Overcome procrastination. Procrastination has always been a tough habit for me to break. It's easy to choose comfort and avoid the hard work, but I've realized that procrastination isn't just about avoiding tasks. It's a barrier to my own growth. Stoicism encourages us to act in the present, knowing that time is one of our most precious resources. When I procrastinate, I'm letting go of something I'll never get back: time. What has helped me is reframing each task as a step towards the life I want. If I delay action, I'm actually choosing to delay my progress and hold myself back. I remind myself that every moment spent avoiding a task is time I could be investing in my own future. This awareness is like an internal nudge that keeps me focused on the bigger picture. Procrastination might offer short-term comfort, but in the long run, it just adds stress and regret. Breaking free from procrastination is also about accepting discomfort. Instead of seeing challenges as reasons to avoid something, I try to see them as opportunities to strengthen my resilience. Taking action isn't always easy, but I find that when I push through, I feel a sense of satisfaction and pride that's far more fulfilling than avoidance. The Stoic mindset has taught me that true freedom comes from discipline, not in avoiding hard work, but in embracing it. By focusing on the present and taking purposeful action, I'm breaking the cycle of procrastination and building a life of progress and fulfillment. 5. Discipline yourself. Self-discipline has been one of the most empowering tools in my life. When I think of discipline, I don't see it as a restrictive or limiting practice. Instead, it's my path to freedom. Stoicism teaches that when we control our actions and emotions, we gain the power to shape our lives rather than being pulled by fleeting whims or impulses. With self-discipline, I feel more aligned with my goals and values, as if I'm steering my own ship through life's currents. It's not always easy, of course. There are days when I just want to let go of all structure and indulge in comfort or distractions. But I've noticed that when I do this, I feel less fulfilled in the end. Discipline helps me stay on track with my goals, even when motivation fades. It's what keeps me committed to the things that truly matter to me, like health, learning, and personal growth. To make discipline a daily practice, I start small. I'll choose one action, like exercising, and commit to doing it consistently, even if only for a short time. Each small victory strengthens my self-control, creating a foundation for bigger challenges. When I follow through on my commitments, I feel a sense of accomplishment and self-respect that motivates me to keep going. Stoicism teaches that self-discipline isn't just a tool for productivity, it's a pathway to inner peace. By mastering myself, I gain the freedom to act with purpose and integrity in every area of my life. 6. Visualize potential outcomes. One powerful Stoic practice I've embraced is premeditatio malorum, imagining potential obstacles before they arise. This isn't about being pessimistic. Rather, it's a way to prepare myself mentally and emotionally for whatever challenges may come my way. When I visualize different scenarios, including setbacks, I feel more resilient and less likely to be thrown off course when things don't go as planned. For instance, if I'm working on an important project, I'll take a moment to think through possible challenges. Maybe there will be unexpected delays, or maybe I'll feel frustrated and want to give up. By acknowledging these possibilities up front, I can plan how I'll respond. I'm ready to handle obstacles with a calm, focused mind, rather than letting stress or anxiety take over. Visualizing potential outcomes also helps me appreciate the value of preparation. It encourages me to think ahead, stay organized, and build flexibility into my plans. I don't feel as reactive to situations because I've already mentally rehearsed how I'll handle them. This practice has given me a greater sense of control and confidence in my ability to adapt. Knowing that I'm prepared for whatever comes my way, I feel more motivated to take action and stay committed to my path. 7. Develop purpose through virtue. I've often asked myself, what's my purpose? For a long time, I thought purpose was something I had to find or achieve. But Stoicism has helped me see that purpose isn't necessarily a destination, it's a way of being. According to Stoic principles, our purpose is best developed through virtues like wisdom, courage, justice, and self-control. Rather than looking for an external mission, I focus on aligning my actions with these core values. This approach has brought a lot of clarity to my life. For example, if I'm faced with a tough decision, I ask myself if my choice reflects wisdom or courage. By prioritizing virtues over outcomes, I find a sense of inner fulfillment that's not tied to success or failure. Even if I don't achieve a specific goal, acting in alignment with my values leaves me with a sense of purpose and integrity. Finding purpose through virtue also makes it easier to stay motivated. Instead of being driven by short-term desires or external recognition, I'm fueled by a deeper commitment to living ethically. When I'm clear on my values, I feel more resilient in the face of challenges and setbacks. My actions are not just about achieving goals, they're about becoming the kind of person I aspire to be. This focus on virtue gives me a steady motivation to take action every day, knowing that each choice brings me closer to my ideal self. 8. Simplify your life. Living simply wasn't always easy for me. I used to think that more was better, more stuff, more commitments, more activity. But Stoicism taught me the value of simplicity, and now I see it as one of the greatest sources of peace and focus in my life. When I simplify my environment and my routines, I feel a mental clarity that makes it much easier to focus on what's truly important. One of the first things I did to simplify my life was to declutter my physical space. I got rid of items I didn't use or need, and that act alone felt like a weight lifted off my shoulders. Having fewer things to manage gives me more time and energy to focus on what matters, like my relationships, my work, and my health. Simplifying my life also means saying no to commitments that don't align with my values. This has freed me to invest more deeply in fewer, more meaningful pursuits. I've found that a simpler life is not about deprivation, it's about quality over quantity. By reducing distractions and focusing on essentials, I'm better able to make deliberate, meaningful choices. I'm no longer overwhelmed by endless options or obligations. Instead, my life feels more intentional, and my actions have more impact. Living simply has taught me that less really can be more, and I'm motivated each day to act with a clear sense of purpose and joy. 9. Transform challenges into opportunities. In the past, challenges used to feel like roadblocks. I'd get frustrated and feel defeated when things didn't go as planned. But Stoicism has taught me that challenges aren't obstacles, they're opportunities for growth. Instead of seeing setbacks as threats, I now view them as tests that strengthen my character. Each time I face a difficulty, I ask myself what I can learn from it, or how it might help me grow. One example that comes to mind is a recent work project that seemed overwhelming. There were constant changes, tight deadlines, and moments when I doubted my abilities. But instead of letting frustration consume me, I reminded myself that this was a chance to develop resilience and problem-solving skills. By focusing on what I could learn rather than on how hard it was, I ended up discovering new strengths within myself. This mindset shift has transformed how I respond to life's inevitable ups and downs. Rather than being discouraged, I'm motivated to see challenges as necessary parts of my journey. I no longer avoid difficulties or view them as failures. I welcome them as teachers. Embracing this Stoic principle has brought a new level of resilience into my life, making it easier to act with confidence and purpose no matter the situation. 10. Build good habits. I've learned that good habits are like the building blocks of a purposeful life. Stoicism emphasizes that we should cultivate habits that align with our values and help us grow. Habits like mindfulness, gratitude, and persistence aren't just actions, they're reflections of who I want to become. By practicing these habits daily, I'm steadily building a life that's in line with my values and long-term goals. Establishing good habits starts small. I try to pick one simple habit at a time, like setting aside a few minutes each morning to reflect on what I'm grateful for. This habit alone has made me more mindful and appreciative of what I have, setting a positive tone for the rest of my day. Over time, as I've layered more habits that align with my values, I feel a growing sense of peace and purpose. Stoic wisdom has taught me that excellence isn't achieved overnight. It's cultivated through consistent effort. Each small action, repeated daily, builds a foundation for the life I aspire to live. Rather than focusing on perfection, I focus on progress. This makes it easier to forgive myself when I slip up and get back on track. Building good habits has brought a sense of order and direction into my life, helping me take action with a clear and steady focus on my values. We've covered 10 powerful Stoic-inspired strategies to help you take action with purpose, no matter the challenges you face. From embracing self-discipline and transforming obstacles into growth opportunities to building habits that align with your values. These principles are tools you can use every day to live more intentionally and become a stronger, more resilient version of yourself. If you found these insights valuable, please take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel for more content that helps you grow and reach your potential. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Share your biggest takeaway or a Stoic principle you're planning to apply in the comments below. And don't forget to share this video with anyone who might benefit from these timeless lessons. Let's keep building a life of purpose, action, and wisdom together. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Avoid these 12 mistakes for a Stoic life. All right, let's get real for a second. Life is chaotic. You're bombarded with a million distractions, people's opinions, and the constant pressure to keep up. It's overwhelming, and sometimes it feels like you're just reacting rather than actually living. Enter Stoicism, a philosophy that cuts through the noise and helps you regain control. Think of Stoicism as your inner badass guide to staying calm, focused, and unshakable. This isn't about sitting on a mountaintop and meditating all day. It's about practical, no BS principles that you can apply right now to make your life better. We're talking about learning what not to do, because sometimes knowing what to avoid is more powerful than knowing what to chase. In this episode, we're diving into the Stoic don'ts that can radically shift how you approach your day-to-day grind. These aren't just philosophical musings. They're actionable insights to help you stop fearing change, ditch the need for external validation, and quit sweating the small stuff. Ready to transform your life? Let's get into it. Number 1, don't let things upset you. In the whirlwind of life, it's easy to let trivial matters disrupt your inner peace. A Stoic remains unshaken by external events, maintaining emotional resilience amidst chaos. Picture your mind as a serene lake. The ripples caused by external disturbances only go as deep as you allow. Marcus Aurelius teaches that we always have the power to choose our response. When faced with adversity, rather than reacting impulsively, pause and reflect. Is this truly worth my peace? Often the answer is no. By letting go of unnecessary opinions and reactions, you preserve your tranquility. Embrace the idea that while you cannot control external events, you can control your internal state. This practice of emotional resilience not only fosters inner peace, but also enables you to navigate life's challenges with grace and wisdom. Remember, the true measure of a person is not how they act in moments of comfort, but how they maintain their composure amidst trials. Number 2, don't fear change. Change is the only constant in life. yet it often incites fear and resistance. A Stoic embraces change, understanding its inevitability and potential for growth. Every significant moment in your life has been a product of change. Marcus Aurelius reminds us that everything good stems from transformation. Instead of fearing the unknown, prepare for it. Trust in your ability to adapt and overcome. Life's unpredictability becomes less daunting when you have confidence in your resilience. By not clinging to the past or fearing the future, you open yourself to new opportunities and experiences. Embrace change as a natural part of existence, knowing that each shift brings with it the potential for personal growth and improvement. In the face of change, maintain your calm and adaptability, for it is through these moments that you truly evolve. Number 3, don't seek external validation. In a world driven by social approval, it's easy to lose sight of your true self. A Stoic finds worth within, prioritizing self-assessment over external validation. Epictetus warns against handing over your happiness to others, for it makes you a puppet to their whims. Your value is not determined by the applause or criticism of others. Instead, cultivate an internal scorecard based on your values and actions. Reflect on who you want to be and measure your progress against your own standards. By doing so, you maintain autonomy over your self-worth and direction in life. This internal focus not only fosters genuine self-esteem, but also shields you from the fickle nature of external opinions. Stay true to your path, guided by your inner compass, and you'll find a steadfast source of fulfillment and confidence. Number 4, don't be overly reachable. In today's hyper-connected world, constant accessibility can be overwhelming. A Stoic understands the value of solitude and focused attention. Marcus Aurelius advises against being jerked around like a puppet by external demands. To truly engage with what matters, you must limit your availability. Start by setting boundaries with your devices. Leave your phone in another room while working or sleeping. This simple act frees you from the incessant pull of notifications and allows you to concentrate on what truly matters. By not responding to everything immediately, you reclaim control over your time and attention. This practice enhances productivity and fosters a deeper connection with your tasks and relationships. Embrace moments of solitude as opportunities for reflection and growth. By being less reachable, you become more present and effective in all that you do. Number 5, don't start the day reactively. How you begin your day sets the tone for everything that follows. A Stoic deliberately starts the day with intention, avoiding the chaos of external distractions. Instead of reaching for your phone first thing in the morning, take a moment to center yourself. Marcus Aurelius emphasizes the importance of controlling your inputs. Spend the initial moments of your day in quiet reflection, planning, or engaging in activities that nourish your mind and spirit. This practice anchors you, providing a calm foundation from which to tackle daily challenges. By taking charge of your morning, you set a positive, focused tone for the rest of the day. Resist the urge to dive into emails or social media, which can hijack your attention and energy. Instead, prioritize what truly matters to you. This proactive approach fosters a sense of control and purpose, enhancing your productivity and well-being throughout the day. Number 6, don't seek revenge. The desire for revenge is a natural but destructive impulse. A Stoic rises above this, understanding that true strength lies in forgiveness and self-control. Marcus Aurelius teaches that the best revenge is not to be like your wrongdoers. When someone wrongs you, reacting with anger or retaliation only drags you down to their level. Instead, choose to let go. Seneca wisely compares seeking revenge to returning a kick to a mule or a bite to a dog, pointless and undignified. By relinquishing the need for revenge, you maintain your integrity and inner peace. Remember, the actions of others reflect on them, not on you. Rise above pettiness and focus on your own path. This strength of character not only preserves your tranquility, but also sets a powerful example for others. True power lies in forgiveness and the ability to move forward unburdened by past grievances. Number 7, don't sweat the small stuff. Life is full of minor irritations and distractions. A Stoic recognizes that most daily events are insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Marcus Aurelius advises against giving small things more attention than they deserve. Focus on what truly matters and ignore the rest. Ask yourself, Is this essential? Does it matter? If the answer is no, let it go. This practice of discernment helps you conserve energy and maintain focus on your primary goals. By not sweating the small stuff, you free yourself from unnecessary stress and distractions. This clarity allows you to channel your efforts towards meaningful pursuits, leading to greater satisfaction and achievement. Embrace the Stoic wisdom of prioritizing what truly matters and letting go of trivial concerns. This mindset not only enhances your productivity, but also fosters a deeper sense of peace and fulfillment. Number 8, don't look outside for approval. In a society obsessed with external validation, finding inner worth is a revolutionary act. A Stoic turns inward for approval, measuring success by personal standards rather than societal benchmarks. Epictetus cautions against handing over your happiness and self-worth to others. When you seek validation from external sources, you become a slave to their opinions. Instead, develop an internal scorecard based on your values and achievements. Reflect on who you want to be and align your actions with this vision. By focusing on your inner self, you cultivate genuine confidence and self-esteem. This autonomy protects you from the fickleness of public opinion and allows you to stay true to your path. Embrace the Stoic principle of finding worth within, and you will discover a steadfast source of fulfillment and resilience, immune to the changing tides of external approval. Number 9, don't neglect self-reflection. In the pursuit of a meaningful life, self-reflection is a vital practice. A Stoic regularly engages in introspection to understand their thoughts and actions better. This habit aligns with the wisdom of Socrates, who declared that an unexamined life is not worth living. By setting aside time each day for contemplation, you gain insight into your motivations, strengths, and areas for improvement. Self-reflection allows you to course correct and ensures that your actions align with your values. It fosters personal growth and deepens your understanding of yourself. This practice is not about self-criticism, but about honest evaluation and continuous improvement. Embrace self-reflection as a daily ritual, using it to navigate life's challenges with greater wisdom and clarity. By knowing yourself, you can live a life that is true to your principles and aspirations. Number 10, don't avoid discomfort. Discomfort and challenges are often viewed negatively, yet they are essential for growth. A Stoic embraces discomfort as an opportunity to strengthen character and resilience. Epictetus teaches that difficulties are merely tests of our ability to endure and overcome. When you face discomfort head-on, you build mental and emotional fortitude. Avoiding challenges leads to stagnation and missed opportunities for personal development. Instead, view each hardship as a chance to prove your strength and learn valuable lessons. This mindset shift transforms obstacles into stepping stones toward a better you. By embracing discomfort, you cultivate a resilience that prepares you for any adversity life may throw your way. Remember, true growth occurs outside your comfort zone. Embrace the challenges, for they forge a stronger, wiser, and more capable self. Number 11, don't hold grudges. Holding on to grudges is like carrying a heavy burden that weighs down your spirit. A Stoic understands that harboring resentment only harms oneself. Seneca advises that it is futile to dwell on past wrongs, as doing so only perpetuates suffering. Forgiveness is a powerful tool for maintaining inner peace. By letting go of grievances, you free yourself from the toxic effects of anger and bitterness. This does not mean condoning harmful behavior, but rather choosing to rise above it. Embrace forgiveness as a means to cleanse your heart and mind, allowing you to move forward unencumbered by past transgressions. This act of release fosters emotional resilience and a more harmonious life. Remember, holding grudges is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to suffer. Free yourself from this cycle by practicing forgiveness and focusing on the present. Number 12, don't ignore the present moment. In the hustle and bustle of modern life, it's easy to get caught up in past regrets or future anxieties. A Stoic, however, anchors themselves in the present moment, fully engaging with the here and now. Marcus Aurelius emphasizes the importance of living in the present, as it is the only time we truly have. By focusing on the present, you can appreciate the richness of each moment and perform your tasks with greater mindfulness and efficacy. This practice not only enhances your productivity, but also brings a sense of calm and fulfillment. Let go of past mistakes and future worries, for they only serve to distract you from the present. Embrace the present moment with full awareness, and you will find a deeper connection to your life and work. Living in the now is a powerful Stoic practice that cultivates gratitude, presence, and a profound sense of peace. Life is a constant whirlwind of challenges, distractions, and external pressures. But by embracing the Stoic don'ts, you can rise above the chaos and reclaim your inner peace and power. Don't fear change. See it as an opportunity for growth. Don't seek validation from others. Find your worth within. Don't sweat the small stuff. Focus on what truly matters. These Stoic principles aren't just ancient wisdom, they're practical tools for today's world. Apply them daily, and you'll navigate life's ups and downs with resilience and grace. Remember, true strength comes from within. Embrace these don'ts and transform your life with the timeless wisdom of Stoicism.
What if I told you that everything you thought about self-growth is wrong? You've been following advice, setting goals, and chasing success, but it's not working. Here's why. Most of us spend years trying to build confidence, avoid failure, and search for signs before taking action. But what if the real answers are hidden in unexpected places? I've uncovered 50 life-changing insights that have nothing to do with the usual self-help tricks. These aren't just tips, they're hard-learned truths that turn everything we know on its head. In this video, I'll reveal insights that change my life and could change yours too. We'll go beyond the basics. No, just stay positive advice here. These are deep, sometimes uncomfortable truths that can shift your perspective on confidence, relationships, resilience, and so much more. Stay with me, and I'll show you exactly how each one can transform the way you approach life. 1. Confidence comes from keeping commitments. I've learned that confidence is less about what I look like or how others see me, and more about whether I can trust myself. Each time I make a promise to myself, even something small like I'll get up at 6 a.m., I have a choice to follow through or to let it slide. When I follow through, even on these tiny promises, I feel stronger, more capable. It's as if my confidence builds layer by layer, growing out of every commitment I keep. I've realized that self-trust isn't something that just appears. It's something I have to earn daily. There have been times when I've let myself down, and it's remarkable how quickly confidence fades. Maybe I told myself I'd hit the gym 3 times this week, but by Friday, I made excuses. Each broken promise left a little dent in my self-respect. These experiences taught me that the commitments I make to myself are more valuable than anything external. I could win compliments, success, and recognition, but if I'm not honoring my own word, none of that really builds true confidence. Confidence, I've come to see, isn't about being perfect or fearless. It's about being reliable to myself. So I started small, setting realistic goals I knew I could meet, and building from there. Now I find myself setting bigger, more exciting goals, knowing that I have the strength to see them through. Each commitment kept is a quiet victory, a reminder that I can trust myself no matter what life throws my way. 2. Seek problems. Don't avoid them. I used to be a champion problem avoider. If there was a way to sidestep a challenge or a tricky situation, I'd find it. At first, this approach felt like it kept my life running smoothly. No big disruptions, no uncomfortable confrontations. But gradually, I noticed something unsettling. Without challenges, I wasn't growing. I was staying within the boundaries of what I already knew and could handle. The problem with that was, I'd reached a plateau. I wasn't stretching myself, and that lack of growth started to feel like stagnation. One day, I decided to face a small problem head-on, a work project that had intimidated me for months. Instead of dodging the responsibility, I dove in, learning as I went, even when it felt messy. I made mistakes, but I kept pushing forward. When I finally completed the project, I felt a surge of pride. It wasn't perfect, but I'd done it, and I could feel that my confidence had grown just by confronting the challenge. That experience shifted my entire perspective on problems. Since then, I've tried to see problems not as roadblocks, but as invitations to grow. Now, when I encounter a challenge, I remind myself that overcoming it will make me stronger and wiser. It's not always easy, and sometimes I still feel tempted to run. But I know that if I avoid the problem, I'll be missing out on growth. Every problem has something valuable to teach me, and facing them head-on has made me more resilient, adaptable, and open to change. I'm realizing that growth rarely happens in my comfort zone, and while that can be uncomfortable, it's also exhilarating. Seeking out problems to solve has become my way of embracing life's opportunities for growth. 3. Dedicate a decade, not a day. I used to be obsessed with instant results. Whether it was fitness, career goals, or even learning new skills, I'd go all in for a few days or weeks, expecting to see drastic changes. When things didn't shift as quickly as I'd hoped, I'd get frustrated and quit. It felt like I was putting in so much effort with nothing to show for it, and that mentality kept me on a cycle of short bursts and burnouts. But one day, I came across the idea of dedicating a decade to my goals rather than just a day or a week. At first, it seemed excessive. Why would I need to think that far ahead? But when I tried this approach, I felt a massive weight lift off my shoulders. Suddenly, I wasn't in a hurry. I had time to make mistakes, adjust, and keep moving forward without the pressure to succeed immediately. I started small, focusing on daily habits rather than immediate results. I knew I didn't need to make drastic changes overnight. Embracing this long-term view changed everything. Instead of getting disheartened by small setbacks, I began to see them as part of the process. I learned that true transformation requires patience, and progress isn't always visible day by day. When I look back over the months and years, though, I can see how far I've come. Now I remind myself to be patient and consistent, trusting that every small effort compounds over time. This shift in mindset has allowed me to pursue my goals without the constant feeling of urgency. Dedicating myself for the long haul has taught me that time, persistence, and consistency can create powerful results, far beyond what any quick fix could ever accomplish. 4. Don't dim your light. For a long time, I tried to keep parts of myself hidden. I was cautious about celebrating my achievements or expressing my dreams around others, fearing that I'd make them uncomfortable or come across as arrogant. So, I learned to downplay my strengths and stay quiet about my goals, thinking it was better to blend in. I convinced myself that keeping a low profile was a way of staying humble, but over time, I started feeling unfulfilled and invisible in my own life. One day, I realized that by dimming my light, I was betraying myself. I wasn't being honest with who I was or who I wanted to become. I was shrinking myself to fit into spaces where I wasn't celebrated or encouraged. This self-censorship wasn't protecting anyone's feelings. It was only holding me back from my potential and preventing others from seeing the real me. I finally asked myself, what's wrong with shining my light? I want to be proud of my growth and my dreams without feeling guilty. Since then, I've decided to embrace my light fully. I share my aspirations and my successes openly, knowing that those who truly care about me will support me. I've also noticed that when I'm unapologetically myself, I attract people who resonate with my energy and who inspire me to grow even further. My light, I've come to realize, isn't meant to dim. It's meant to shine as a reminder to myself, and maybe even to others, that it's okay to take up space in the world. Choosing to live fully and shine has been liberating. I no longer hide parts of myself for anyone's comfort. I embrace who I am, knowing that those meant to be in my life will stay, and those who aren't can look elsewhere. My light is my gift to the world, and I'm no longer afraid to let it shine. 5. Only ask advice from people who've been there. I used to ask advice from just about anyone willing to listen, friends, family, even acquaintances who seemed to have it together. I thought more opinions would mean better guidance, but I quickly realized that too many conflicting perspectives left me feeling overwhelmed and unsure of which direction to take. Even worse, I sometimes got advice from people who hadn't achieved the goals I was aiming for, and that often led me down paths that didn't align with my true intentions. After some reflection, I realized that seeking advice is like choosing a map for a journey. I need to pick one that's already been traveled by someone who's reached the destination I want to go to. If I'm looking to build a business, I should ask advice from successful entrepreneurs, not people who've never taken that risk. The same goes for other areas of life: health, relationships, personal growth. Only those who have walked the path can truly understand its nuances and offer insights based on real experience. Now, I'm more selective with whose advice I seek. I focus on finding mentors or people who've achieved what I aspire to achieve. I've also learned that it's okay to ignore well-meaning advice from people who don't fully understand my goals. This approach has not only saved me time, but has also given me more confidence in my choices. When I ask advice now, I feel assured that I'm getting insights from someone who understands my journey and can guide me effectively. I trust my path more and feel grounded in my decisions, knowing I'm following guidance that's aligned with my goals. 6. Keep a journal. I used to think journaling was just for recording the big events or accomplishments in life. I never thought about using it as a tool for self-reflection or emotional processing. But one day, feeling overwhelmed and unable to make sense of my thoughts, I decided to give journaling a try. I opened a notebook and just started writing everything that was on my mind. No filter, no judgment. By the time I finished, I felt lighter, as if I had cleared space in my mind. That experience showed me that journaling could be more than just a record of life. It could be a powerful tool for self-understanding. Since then, I've made journaling a regular part of my routine. I use it to set goals, reflect on my experiences, and process emotions that I don't always feel comfortable sharing with others. It's a private space where I can be completely honest with myself. I write about my fears, my dreams, and my progress, no matter how small. Some days my entries are long and detailed. Other days, they're just a few lines. But each entry helps me track my growth, see patterns in my thinking, and clarify what I truly want in life. Journaling has taught me the value of self-reflection. I can look back on past entries and see how far I've come, recognize the challenges I've overcome, and notice areas where I still want to grow. It's a grounding practice that reminds me of my journey and keeps me connected to my goals. Now my journal is a trusted companion, a safe space that encourages me to be honest, intentional, and constantly evolving. 7. Normalize leaving people in their reality. There was a time when I would get so frustrated with people who didn't see things the way I did. Whether it was a friend making questionable choices or a family member stuck in a negative cycle, I felt compelled to help them see things my way. I'd give advice, try to fix things, and feel frustrated when they didn't change. But over time, I realized something important. I was spending too much energy trying to change others instead of focusing on my own growth. Now, I understand that everyone has their own reality, shaped by experiences, beliefs, and choices. I've learned to respect that, even if I don't agree with it. Instead of feeling responsible for others' choices, I'm learning to let people be exactly who they are, where they are. This shift has been freeing. It doesn't mean I don't care about them, but it does mean I can set boundaries and focus on my own path. Letting go of the urge to change people has allowed me to experience more peace in my relationships. I can support loved ones without feeling burdened by their decisions, and I can focus on my own growth without getting distracted by others' lives. This doesn't mean I don't offer advice when asked, but I no longer try to force change. By normalizing the idea that people are on their own journeys, I've learned to respect both their process and my own. This acceptance has brought me a sense of freedom and clarity that I didn't know I needed. 8. Take on as much responsibility as you can. Responsibility used to feel like a burden. I thought that the more I took on, the more stressful life would become. But as I started accepting new challenges, I realized something interesting. Responsibility actually made me stronger. Each time I took on something new, whether it was a project at work or a commitment in my personal life, I felt a little more capable. I began to understand that responsibility isn't about adding weight. It's about building capacity. Taking on responsibility has been one of the most effective ways for me to grow. I've learned new skills, discovered strengths I didn't know I had, and developed a resilience that serves me in every area of my life. It's not always easy, and sometimes it does feel overwhelming, but each challenge is an opportunity to expand my limits. I used to think of responsibility as something I had to carry alone, but I've learned that asking for help and delegating when possible is part of handling responsibility wisely. Now, I embrace responsibility as a tool for growth. I don't take on everything that comes my way, but I look for opportunities where I can make a meaningful impact. Each commitment I accept is a chance to strengthen my skills, build my character, and make a difference in the lives of others. The more I lean into responsibility, the more confident I feel in my ability to handle whatever comes next. Responsibility, I've come to realize, is a privilege and an avenue to grow into my best self. 9. Life is a mirror, not a window. For the longest time, I viewed life as a window, something I looked out of to see other people's actions, behaviors, and flaws. I'd catch myself judging others, wondering why they acted in certain ways, or getting frustrated with situations that didn't go my way. But eventually, I realized that life is more like a mirror than a window. The things I notice in others often reflect my own insecurities, fears, and unresolved issues. This realization wasn't easy to accept. It felt uncomfortable to think that the frustration I felt toward others might actually be a sign of something within myself. But as I started looking inward, I began to see the truth in it. If I felt irritated by someone's behavior, I asked myself, is this something I struggle with too? More often than not, the answer was yes. This self-reflection has helped me approach situations with more empathy and less judgment. Viewing life as a mirror has been transformative. Instead of blaming others or external situations, I try to focus on what I can learn about myself from each experience. If I'm struggling with someone's behavior, I ask myself what this interaction is teaching me about my own growth. This shift has made me more compassionate and more accountable. Life constantly reflects my inner state, and by paying attention to these reflections, I can work on becoming the person I want to be. It's a challenging but rewarding practice that keeps me focused on self-improvement. 10. Surround yourself with supportive people. I used to think that I could achieve everything on my own, regardless of who was around me. But as I started setting bigger goals, I realized how much my environment mattered. I noticed that the people I spent the most time with had a significant impact on my motivation, mindset, and even my self-belief. Some friends encouraged me and celebrated my wins, while others made subtle comments that left me doubting myself. That's when I knew I had to be more intentional about who I let into my circle. I began seeking out people who uplifted me, those who had their own goals, who believed in growth, and who genuinely wanted to see me succeed. This didn't mean I cut everyone out of my life, but I did start spending more time with those who inspired me. It made a noticeable difference. With supportive friends around, I felt more motivated and more confident in my goals. I realized that when you're surrounded by the right people, their positivity and ambition rub off on you. Having a supportive circle isn't just about encouragement, it's also about accountability. My friends challenge me when I'm slacking and remind me of my potential when I doubt myself. I've learned that a strong support system is a powerful resource. They are the ones who remind me of my worth and push me to keep going, even when things get tough. Now, I prioritize relationships that energize me and let go of those that drain me. Surrounding myself with supportive people has been one of the best decisions for my personal and professional growth. 11. Put your own mask on first. For a long time, I thought taking care of myself was selfish. I'd put everyone else's needs before my own, thinking it was the right thing to do. But over time, I found myself running on empty, mentally and physically drained. I was trying to be everything for everyone else, but I wasn't showing up for myself. Then one day I heard the phrase, "Put your own mask on first," like in an airplane emergency, and it clicked. How can I truly be there for others if I'm not taking care of myself? Learning to prioritize my own needs was a shift. I started small, taking breaks when I felt overwhelmed, setting aside time each day just for me, and learning to say no without feeling guilty. At first, it felt strange, even uncomfortable, to put myself first. But soon I noticed a difference. I was more energized, more present, and less resentful because I wasn't constantly running on empty. Taking care of myself wasn't selfish, it was necessary. Now I make self-care a priority, understanding that it's not just about relaxation, but about recharging my energy so I can genuinely be there for others. I've learned that giving from a place of wholeness is far more impactful than giving from a place of depletion. Putting my own mask on first has allowed me to show up as the best version of myself for the people I care about. I can support others with genuine compassion because I've taken care of my own well-being first. 12. Never too late to change. There were times I felt stuck in life, convinced it was too late to make a big change, whether it was career goals, personal habits, or learning something new. I had this limiting belief that the opportunity had passed. But then, I started noticing stories of people who transformed their lives at all ages. Some started businesses in their 40s, others went back to school in their 60s. I began to realize that change doesn't come with an expiration date. When I finally embraced this mindset, I felt a newfound freedom. I stopped holding myself back with the excuse of, "It's too late." Instead, I started asking, "What's stopping me?" I took my first steps toward the changes I wanted, and it was empowering. At first, progress was slow and self-doubt crept in, but I reminded myself that every day is a chance to start anew. Each small step built on the last, and eventually I looked back and realized I'd made real progress. Now, whenever I feel too late to pursue a dream or change a habit, I remind myself that life is always moving forward, and it's never too late to jump on board. I've learned to embrace the journey at my own pace, knowing that change can happen at any stage. The best time to start is now, and I'm no longer waiting for the perfect time or feeling constrained by my past decisions. I have the power to change at any moment, and that realization is both liberating and empowering. 13. Treat your body like gold. For years I took my health for granted. I thought I could eat whatever I wanted, stay up late and skip exercise, assuming my body would just keep up. But eventually I began feeling the effects: low energy, frequent fatigue, and just an overall sense of sluggishness. It dawned on me that I was neglecting the one thing that enables me to live my life fully: my body. I realized that treating my body with care wasn't just about looking good. It was about feeling good and having the energy to pursue my dreams. I started paying attention to what I put in my body, making small changes like drinking more water, eating more whole foods, and prioritizing sleep. At first, it felt like an effort, but the positive effects were undeniable. My energy improved, my mood lifted, and I felt more present in my daily life. I began to see my body as a valuable asset that needed nurturing, not as something that could be neglected and taken for granted. Now, I treat my body like gold. I prioritize movement, make conscious food choices, and value rest just as much as productivity. This shift has been transformative. I have the energy and clarity to take on new challenges, and I feel more aligned with my goals because I'm taking care of the vessel that carries me through life. Treating my body with respect has reminded me that health isn't a chore. It's an investment in the quality of my life. And there's nothing more empowering than feeling strong, capable, and ready for whatever life brings. 14. Start investing early. For the longest time, I thought investing was something you did when you were older or had a lot of money. I'd put it off, thinking I'd get to it one day. But the more I learned about finances, the more I realized that time is one of the biggest advantages in investing. Starting early, even with a small amount, allows my money to grow exponentially over the years. That was a powerful realization. When I finally started investing, I didn't have a lot to contribute, but I took the leap. I set up a small automatic contribution to a fund, and though it felt like a minor step, I was amazed at how quickly it added up. Month after month, I could see the progress, and it gave me a sense of security and control over my financial future. The earlier I started, the more time my investments had to grow, and that's a huge advantage I'm grateful to have. Now, I'm passionate about financial literacy, and I encourage others to start investing as soon as possible, even if it's just a small amount. Watching my savings grow over time has taught me that investing isn't about having a huge sum. It's about being consistent and patient. I feel more empowered knowing that I'm preparing for my future and that each small investment today will bring me greater freedom and security down the road. Starting early was one of the best decisions I've made, and I'm glad I didn't wait for the perfect time to begin. 15. Assume positive intent. I used to get defensive quickly. If someone said something that felt critical or came across the wrong way, I'd immediately assume they were being negative or trying to undermine me. It caused tension in my relationships and often left me feeling anxious or upset over things that might have been unintentional. But one day I read about assuming positive intent, the idea of giving people the benefit of the doubt, and I decided to give it a try. The next time a friend made a comment that felt off, I paused and told myself, maybe they didn't mean it that way. Instead of reacting, I asked for clarification. To my surprise, the conversation went smoothly, and I realized I'd misinterpreted their words. That moment taught me that assuming positive intent can change the entire tone of an interaction. It allows me to stay calm and focus on understanding rather than reacting. Now, whenever I feel triggered by someone's words or actions, I remind myself to assume they have good intentions. This shift has improved my relationships and reduced my stress. I've found that most people aren't out to harm or criticize. They're just expressing themselves, and sometimes things get lost in communication. By assuming positive intent, I can approach situations with empathy and curiosity rather than defensiveness. It's made me a better listener and helped me build stronger connections. Plus, it's a lot more peaceful to give people the benefit of the doubt and focus on understanding instead of assuming the worst. 16. Don't blame others. I used to spend a lot of time pointing fingers. When things went wrong, it was easy to blame others or circumstances for my frustrations and setbacks. If something didn't work out, I'd think, well, if they hadn't done this, or if only the situation had been different. This mindset kept me stuck in a loop of resentment and powerlessness, because as long as I was blaming others, I wasn't taking responsibility for my role in my own life. One day I came across the idea that taking responsibility, even when it's uncomfortable, is the only way to reclaim control. I decided to try it. The next time something went wrong, instead of blaming someone else, I asked myself, what could I have done differently? It wasn't easy to look inward, but it made me feel surprisingly empowered. I realized that by focusing on what I could control, my actions, my reactions, my choices, I could actively improve my life instead of waiting for others to change. Now, I make a conscious effort to own my part in every situation, good or bad. I've learned that taking responsibility isn't about blaming myself. It's about learning and growing. When I stop pointing fingers, I free up energy that I can use to solve the problem, move forward, and make better choices next time. This mindset shift has given me a new sense of freedom and control over my life. I feel more capable and less like a victim of circumstance, knowing that I have the power to create change through my own actions. 17. Your new life will cost you your old one. This realization hit me hard. For a long time, I wanted to change my life, but wasn't willing to let go of my old habits and routines. I wanted the results without the sacrifices. I'd cling to my comfort zone, expecting transformation to happen without having to give anything up. But one day, I had to face the truth. If I wanted a new life, I had to be willing to let go of the old one. The habits, The mindsets and even some relationships that no longer aligned with my vision had to go. Letting go was hard. I had to stop spending time with people who weren't on the same path and stop wasting time on distractions that didn't support my goals. It felt lonely and uncomfortable at first, but I knew I had to make room for the new life I wanted. I focused on creating new habits, surrounding myself with people who inspired me, and setting boundaries that protected my energy. Slowly, I began to see the results. My old life was fading, and I was stepping into a new, more fulfilling one. Now, I embrace the idea that growth requires letting go. It's no longer something I fear, but something I see as necessary. When I feel resistance to change, I remind myself that my new life won't fit if I'm still holding on to my old ways. I've learned to trust the process of releasing what no longer serves me. The more I let go, the more space I create for new opportunities, experiences, and growth. My new life is worth the sacrifices, and I'm willing to keep evolving to reach my fullest potential. 18. Take risks on real-life experiences, not your phone. I used to spend hours scrolling through social media, watching other people's lives unfold. It was like I was living through a screen, missing out on real experiences because I was too busy watching others have them. The endless scrolling left me feeling empty and envious, wondering why my life didn't look as exciting as the images on my feed. But then I realized I was giving all my time and energy to my phone instead of my own life. So I decided to take a risk. I started putting my phone down and looking for real-world experiences. I signed up for classes, explored new places, and tried things I'd been curious about for ages. The first few times, I felt awkward, even anxious. But with each new experience, I felt more alive. I was creating memories, not just watching someone else's highlight reel. The more I invested in real life, the less I felt the need to check my phone constantly. I realized that true fulfillment comes from being present in my own life, not from comparing myself to others online. Now, I prioritize experiences that nourish me and connect me to the world around me. I still use my phone, but it's no longer my main source of entertainment or validation. I've found that life outside the screen is richer and more rewarding than anything I could scroll through. Taking risks in real life has helped me grow, connect, and discover new parts of myself that I didn't even know existed. I'm learning to value my own life over the digital distractions and focus on living a story worth telling. 19. Respect comes from admiration, not fear. There was a time when I thought that to be respected, I needed to be firm, unyielding, and at times intimidating. I believed that people respected those who showed authority, and I tried to act in ways that projected strength. But this approach often left me feeling isolated and disconnected from others. People may have complied, but it didn't feel like genuine respect. It felt like they were afraid of disappointing me or facing my disapproval. It took time, but I eventually learned that true respect comes from admiration, not fear. The people I respected most weren't those who intimidated me. They were those who inspired me. They led by example, showed kindness, and treated others with empathy. They didn't demand respect. They earned it by being people of integrity, character, and humility. This realization shifted how I approached my own relationships. I started focusing on building respect through trust and kindness rather than authority. Now, I try to lead with empathy and understanding. I aim to inspire others by being authentic, dependable, and compassionate, rather than trying to command respect through authority. The connections I build are stronger and more genuine. People respond to me not out of fear, but because they see me as someone they can trust and admire. Respect rooted in admiration has a powerful, lasting effect, and it creates bonds that are much deeper and more meaningful than any form of intimidation ever could. 20. Tell people about themselves. I used to assume that people already knew their strengths, and I rarely gave compliments or pointed out their positive qualities. But one day, a friend told me how much they appreciated a small compliment I'd given them months earlier. It was something I barely remembered saying, yet it had made a lasting impact on them. That's when I realized how powerful it is to remind people of their strengths and qualities. Often, they don't see themselves the way others do, and a few kind words can lift them up in ways we may never understand. Since then, I've made it a point to tell people what I admire about them. I'll acknowledge a friend's resilience, a colleague's creativity, or a family member's kindness. I don't wait for a special occasion or assume they already know. It's amazing to see how people light up when they're reminded of their unique qualities. Sometimes I even notice that it encourages them to lean into those strengths even more. This practice has not only deepened my relationships, but has also made me more appreciative and observant. I find myself looking for the good in others, and it feels good to uplift them. Now, I understand that telling people about themselves isn't just a nice gesture. It's a gift that can change their day, their perspective, or even their lives. Everyone deserves to be seen and valued, and I'm grateful to be able to offer that reminder whenever I can. It's a simple habit that brings a lot of positivity and connection into my life and the lives of others. Avoid gossip and drama. For a long time I found myself drawn into gossip and drama without even realizing it. Whether it was at work, with friends, or even online, I'd get pulled into conversations about other people's lives, judging or speculating about their choices. It felt harmless at first, even entertaining, but over time I noticed it had a negative effect on my mood and mindset. I was spending energy on things that didn't matter and had no impact on my own life. I started feeling drained and more focused on negativity than positivity. One day, I decided to step back and take a break from these kinds of conversations. At first, it felt like I was missing out, but soon I noticed a shift. My mind felt clearer, and I had more energy to focus on things that genuinely mattered to me. My goals, my relationships, my personal growth. I realized that when I avoided gossip and drama, I felt lighter and more at peace with myself. I no longer carried the weight of judging others, and I was free from the negativity that gossip breeds. Now, I consciously choose conversations that are positive, meaningful, and aligned with my values. I focus on creation, on building something worthwhile in my life, rather than tearing others down. This shift has not only improved my mindset, but has also attracted more like-minded people into my life. I feel happier, more grounded, and more focused on what truly matters. Avoiding gossip and drama has allowed me to cultivate a sense of peace and purpose, and I'm grateful for the clarity and positivity it brings. 22. Improving yourself. Daily is the best addiction. For a while I chased different distractions to escape boredom, social media, television, even shopping. It filled the time but left me feeling empty afterward. Then I decided to try something different, making self-improvement my daily focus. At first it was simple things like reading a few pages of a book, practicing mindfulness, or working out. But as I kept at it, I started to crave this feeling of growth. It became a positive addiction, one where every day I aimed to be just a little better than I was yesterday. This focus on self-improvement transformed my perspective on life. I started setting goals, tracking my progress, and celebrating my wins, no matter how small. I saw how these tiny daily improvements built up over time, creating real, noticeable change in my life. I became more confident, more capable, and more resilient. I stopped looking for quick fixes or external validation because I was already fulfilled by the progress I was making internally. Now, self-improvement is a core part of my life. Each day, I look forward to learning something new, practicing a skill, or working on a personal goal. This daily dedication to growth brings purpose to my routines and adds depth to my life. I'm proud of the person I'm becoming, and I'm excited to see where this journey of self-improvement will lead. Choosing to improve myself every day has been one of the best decisions I've ever made, and I can't imagine going back to a life without it. 23. Learn to say no. For years, I struggled with saying no. I'd say yes to everything. Favors, invitations, projects, because I didn't want to disappoint anyone. I thought being helpful and accommodating was a good thing, but I soon realized it was costing me my time, energy, and, often, my peace of mind. I'd end up overwhelmed with little time left for myself or my priorities. I was stretching myself thin to please everyone else, and it was exhausting. One day, I decided to set boundaries and start saying no to things that didn't align with my goals or well-being. At first, it was difficult. I felt guilty and worried about how others would react. But gradually, I realized that every no was actually a yes to something more meaningful. My own time, my own peace, my own priorities. Saying no didn't make me selfish. It made me intentional about where I directed my energy. Now I see the power of saying no. I'm more focused, more in control, and much less stressed. I've learned that setting boundaries isn't about shutting people out. It's about honoring myself. When I say no to distractions, I'm able to give my best to the things that truly matter. It's a liberating feeling, and it has allowed me to live a more balanced, fulfilling life. I've come to understand that no is a complete sentence, and I'm grateful for the freedom it brings. 24. Be cautious with debt. In my early years, I didn't think twice about debt. It seemed like everyone had it, and it felt like an easy way to get what I wanted without having to wait. I'd use credit for things I didn't necessarily need, thinking I could pay it off later. But as the debt piled up, I began to feel the weight of it. The interest accumulated, the payments grew, and I realized that what once felt like freedom was now a burden that limited my choices. I decided to educate myself on finances and realized that not all debt is equal. There's good debt that can be an investment in my future, like a mortgage or student loan. And there's bad debt, like consumer debt, on things that don't appreciate in value. This knowledge changed the way I approached spending and borrowing. I made a plan to pay off my consumer debt, focusing on living within my means and saving for things I truly needed or wanted. Now, I approach debt with caution and intention. I no longer use credit as an extension of my income, but as a tool for building a stable future. I've learned the importance of living below my means and saving for what matters. This shift has given me more financial freedom and peace of mind. I feel more in control of my life, knowing that I'm not weighed down by unnecessary debt. Being cautious with debt has taught me that true freedom comes from financial discipline, not from instant gratification. 25. Quality over quantity in friendships. There was a time when I thought the more friends I had, the better. I'd spread myself thin trying to maintain a large social circle, thinking it was a sign of popularity or success. But over time, I noticed that many of these friendships were surface level. I didn't feel truly connected or supported. I found myself feeling lonely even when surrounded by people, because I lacked genuine, meaningful connections. Then I started focusing on the quality of my friendships rather than the quantity. I invested more time and energy into the people who truly mattered, the ones who were there for me during tough times and who celebrated my wins as if they were their own. I made an effort to deepen these connections, to show up for my friends and let them show up for me. I stopped worrying about having a large circle and started valuing a smaller, more intimate group of friends who genuinely cared. This shift has brought so much fulfillment into my life. I feel supported, understood, and deeply connected to the people I surround myself with. I no longer measure friendship by numbers, but by the depth of the connection and the mutual support we offer each other. Quality over quantity has become my guiding principle, and it has made my relationships richer and more meaningful. I'm grateful for the friends who bring joy, strength, and love into my life, and I wouldn't trade them for anything. 26. Self-care. First, for years I thought self-care was a luxury, something I'd get around to when everything else was done, when everyone else was taken care of, and when there was nothing left to do. But that time rarely came, and I found myself exhausted, stressed, and barely hanging on. I was so focused on making sure everyone else was okay that I neglected my own needs. Eventually, I hit a breaking point and realized that I couldn't keep giving from an empty cup. I started making self-care a priority, even if it felt selfish at first. I carved out time each day to do something for myself, whether it was a few minutes of meditation, a walk outside, or reading a book. I noticed that as I took better care of myself, I had more energy, patience, and focus to give to others. Self-care wasn't selfish. It was necessary for me to show up as the best version of myself in every area of my life. Now, I see self-care as the foundation of everything I do. It's not just about bubble baths or treats. It's about nourishing my mind, body, and spirit so I can handle life's demands with resilience and grace. Putting self-care first has made me a better friend, partner, and professional. I've learned that taking care of myself isn't about indulgence. It's about giving myself the tools I need to thrive. When I'm at my best, I can give my best. And that's a gift not only to myself, but to everyone around me. 27. Fear gives bad advice. Fear used to be a constant presence in my decision-making. It would creep in whenever I was on the edge of something new or challenging, whispering doubts and worst-case scenarios. I listened to it, thinking it was protecting me from failure or embarrassment. But over time, I realized that fear wasn't helping me. It was holding me back. The more I listened to fear, the more opportunities I missed, the more dreams I put on hold, and the smaller my life became. One day, I decided to stop letting fear call the shots. I started questioning it, asking, is this fear real, or is it just my mind trying to keep me comfortable? More often than not, I found that fear was based on assumptions or exaggerated possibilities rather than actual threats. I began to notice that when I pushed past my fears, I experienced growth, excitement, and fulfillment. Fear had been limiting my life, and I was ready to break free. Now, I acknowledge fear when it arises, but I don't let it drive my decisions. I remind myself that fear isn't always rational. and it's okay to feel it while still moving forward. I've learned that courage isn't the absence of fear, it's taking action in spite of it. Embracing this mindset has allowed me to step into new experiences, take risks, and live a life that's full rather than safe. Fear may still be there, but now I see it for what it is. A poor advisor that I no longer take seriously. 28. Be willing to be misunderstood. For a long time, I sought validation in everything I did. I wanted people to understand my choices, my goals, and my dreams. I thought that if I explained myself enough, others would see things my way. But the more I tried to get people to understand me, the more frustrated I became. Not everyone shared my perspective or my vision, and their doubts and criticisms began to weigh on me. I realized that I was holding myself back, fearing their misunderstanding more than I valued my own path. That's when I learned to accept that being misunderstood is often part of pursuing something unique or ambitious. I stopped explaining myself to everyone and started focusing on what mattered to me. Not everyone would get it, and that was okay. I had to be willing to stand firm in my choices, even if others didn't agree or understand. This shift gave me a newfound sense of freedom and confidence. I didn't need approval from everyone around me. I just needed to believe in myself. Now, I embrace being misunderstood as a sign that I'm following my own path, not someone else's. I've learned that staying true to myself is more important than gaining others' approval. This perspective has made me stronger and more resilient, allowing me to pursue my dreams without fear of judgment. Being willing to be misunderstood has taught me the value of self-acceptance and the power of listening to my own voice, regardless of the noise around me. 29. Get rid of all your vices. For a long time, I held on to certain vices, small habits that I knew weren't good for me, but felt harmless enough. Maybe it was procrastination, binge-watching shows, or relying on unhealthy foods for comfort. These habits felt like small indulgences, a way to escape or unwind. But over time, I noticed they were taking a toll. They were distractions that kept me from facing reality, from reaching my goals, and from living my best life. Each vice, however small, was holding me back in subtle but powerful ways. One day, I decided to take a closer look at these habits and ask myself, is this really helping me? The answer was almost always no. I started letting go of one vice at a time, replacing it with healthier habits that aligned with the life I wanted to build. At first, it was challenging. I missed the comfort of my old routines. But as I let go of these vices, I felt lighter, more focused, and more in control of my life. Now, I make a conscious effort to live free from vices that drain my energy and limit my potential. I'm not perfect, but I'm committed to replacing old habits with ones that nurture my growth and well-being. Getting rid of my vices has taught me that true freedom comes from discipline, and that the small sacrifices I make today create space for a more fulfilling tomorrow. Letting go of what doesn't serve me has allowed me to step into a life that feels aligned, purposeful, and genuinely satisfying. 30. Prioritize a regular sleep schedule. For a long time, I viewed sleep as something that could be sacrificed for productivity. I'd stay up late, thinking I could get more done, only to wake up feeling exhausted and dragging through the day. My productivity suffered, my mood was low, and my health started to take a hit. It became clear that skimping on sleep wasn't helping me. It was actually holding me back. I realized that prioritizing sleep wasn't a luxury. It was a necessity for my well-being and success. So, I made the commitment to prioritize a regular sleep schedule. I set a consistent bedtime and focused on creating a relaxing evening routine to help me wind down. At first, it was difficult to break old habits, but the benefits were undeniable. With a full night's sleep, I woke up feeling refreshed, focused, and ready to tackle my day. My energy levels were more stable, my productivity improved, and I felt better both mentally and physically. Now, I see sleep as a non-negotiable part of my self-care routine. It's the foundation of my health, my energy, and my ability to show up fully each day. Prioritizing sleep has taught me that rest isn't a weakness. It's a strength that fuels everything else in my life. By committing to a regular sleep schedule, I've gained a renewed sense of vitality and balance. I'm no longer sacrificing my well-being for temporary productivity. Instead, I'm investing in rest as a way to create lasting success and happiness. 31. Learn the art of persuasion. I used to think persuasion was just about getting others to agree with me. I'd approach conversations with a goal of convincing people that my perspective was right, but it rarely worked out the way I wanted. Often I ended up frustrated, wondering why others couldn't see things my way. It wasn't until I began to study persuasion as an art, focusing on understanding others and meeting them where they were, that I realized persuasion isn't about pushing my ideas, but about creating mutual understanding and trust. When I began approaching conversations with genuine curiosity, I noticed a change. Instead of trying to win, I started listening more, asking questions, and trying to see things from the other person's perspective. This shift helped me connect more deeply, and I found that people were more open to hearing my thoughts when they felt respected and understood. Persuasion became less about making my case and more about guiding people toward common ground. Now, I see persuasion as a skill that requires empathy, patience, and respect. It's about building relationships, not just arguments. I've learned that when I focus on connecting and understanding, people are naturally more receptive to my ideas. This approach has improved my relationships, my professional life, and my confidence. I no longer view persuasion as a way to control conversations, but as a way to foster cooperation, collaboration, and positive change. The art of persuasion has taught me the power of kindness and the importance of listening, and it's made me a better communicator in every area of my life. 32. Embrace failure as learning. I used to fear failure like it was the worst thing that could happen. If I failed at something, I'd beat myself up, feeling embarrassed and defeated. I'd go over my mistakes, wondering why I couldn't get it right the first time. But after experiencing several setbacks, I began to see that failure was actually one of my greatest teachers. Each time I failed, I learned something new about myself, about what didn't work, and about how to improve. Embracing failure didn't come naturally. I had to change my mindset and start seeing mistakes as stepping stones rather than dead ends. Instead of asking, "Why did this go wrong?" I started asking, "What can I learn from this?" This simple shift transformed how I approached challenges. I became less afraid of taking risks and more willing to try things, knowing that even if I failed, I'd come out stronger and wiser. Now, I view failure as an essential part of growth. I see each setback as an opportunity to refine my approach and gain new insights. I no longer let failure define me. Instead, I let it guide me toward a better path. Embracing failure as learning has made me more resilient, more open to challenges, and more optimistic about my journey. It's given me the freedom to pursue my goals with courage, knowing that every failure is simply a lesson in disguise. 33. The word no is a complete sentence. For most of my life, I felt obligated to explain every no I gave. If I couldn't attend an event, take on a project or do a favor, I'd offer long-winded explanations to avoid disappointing anyone. But over time, I realized that constantly justifying my no was exhausting. It made me feel like I owed people something simply for setting boundaries. Then one day, I read that no is a complete sentence, and it changed everything. At first, it was hard to say no without explaining. I worried about coming across as rude or unhelpful, but the more I practiced, the more empowered I felt. I learned that I don't owe anyone a justification for protecting my time, energy, and priorities. Saying no without explanations allowed me to set clearer boundaries and focus on what truly mattered to me. I found that people respected my decisions more when I was direct and confident in my response. Now, I use no as a simple, powerful tool for setting boundaries. I no longer feel pressured to give reasons or apologies for my choices. This approach has given me the freedom to prioritize my needs and spend my time on things that align with my goals. I've learned that no isn't just a refusal. It's an affirmation of my values and my right to make choices that serve my well-being. Saying no confidently has strengthened my relationships and my self-respect, and I'm grateful for the clarity and empowerment it brings. 34. Stay humble by thinking of yourself less. Humility is something I've always admired, but it took me a while to understand what it really meant. For a long time I thought humility was about downplaying my achievements or not taking up too much space. I tried to avoid talking about my successes, thinking that was what made me humble. But over time, I learned that true humility isn't about minimizing myself. It's about thinking less about myself and more about how I can serve others. This shift in perspective has been transformative. I realized that humility isn't about hiding my strengths or achievements. It's about using them to make a positive impact. When I focus less on myself and more on how I can contribute, I feel more connected to the people around me. I'm less worried about how I'm perceived and more focused on doing meaningful work, supporting others, and making a difference. Humility has become less about my ego and more about my purpose. Now, I practice humility by thinking of myself less, not by minimizing my worth, but by focusing on how I can uplift others. This approach has brought me a sense of peace and fulfillment. I feel more grounded and genuinely grateful for the opportunities I have to make a positive impact. Staying humble by thinking of myself less has taught me that true strength lies in service, and that I can achieve more by putting others first while still valuing my own worth. 35. Have a primary aim for your life. For a long time, I felt like I was just going through the motions. I'd set goals here and there, but there was no overarching purpose guiding my decisions. I was busy, but felt like I was wandering without direction. Then I came across the concept of having a primary aim, a clear purpose or guiding vision for my life. I realized that I needed something bigger than individual goals, something that would give my life meaning and direction. Setting a primary aim took some deep reflection. I thought about what truly mattered to me, what kind of person I wanted to become, and how I wanted to impact the world. Gradually, I defined a vision that felt authentic and inspiring. With this aim in mind, I began making choices that aligned with my purpose. Decisions that once felt confusing became clearer, as I now had a guiding compass. Having a primary aim has given my life focus and motivation. It's not about having all the answers or a rigid plan. It's about having a sense of direction that helps me stay aligned with what truly matters. Now I feel more fulfilled and energized because I'm working towards something meaningful. My primary aim keeps me grounded and reminds me of the bigger picture, even during challenging times. This purpose has become a source of strength, guiding me forward with clarity and conviction. 36. Stop reading books. Start studying them. I used to read books at a rapid pace, moving from one to the next without giving myself time to truly absorb the lessons. I'd finish a book, feel inspired for a moment, and then quickly move on, forgetting much of what I'd just learned. Eventually I realized that I wasn't getting as much value from books as I could. Reading was supposed to be enriching, but my approach wasn't allowing the knowledge to stick or make a real impact. So, I decided to try something different. Instead of racing through books, I'd study them. I'd take notes, reflect on the key points, and consider how each lesson could apply to my own life. I began rereading certain passages and even discussing the material with friends or colleagues. This approach transformed my reading experience. Books became more than just entertainment. They became tools for personal growth and sources of wisdom that I could carry with me long after I'd turned the last page. Now, I approach books as mentors rather than just stories. I don't rush to finish. Instead, I take my time to really internalize the lessons. Studying books this way has deepened my understanding and helped me apply the insights to my daily life. I find myself returning to certain books again and again, extracting new meanings each time. This practice has taught me that knowledge isn't about how much I consume. It's about how well I apply it. By studying books instead of just reading them, I'm able to turn knowledge into real, lasting change. 37. Teach people how to treat you. For a long time I struggled with setting boundaries. I'd tolerate behavior that made me uncomfortable or unhappy, thinking it was easier to go along than to address it. But over time I realized that by staying silent, I was teaching people that this treatment was acceptable. I was, in a way, setting the standard for how they interacted with me. I learned that if I wanted respect and kindness from others, I had to set clear boundaries and communicate them. Setting boundaries didn't come naturally. At first, it felt confrontational, but I quickly realized that boundaries are actually an act of self-respect. When I started speaking up, people began to understand my limits and adjust their behavior. I didn't have to be harsh or demanding. I simply had to be honest about what I needed and what was or wasn't okay. By teaching others how I wanted to be treated, I created healthier, more respectful relationships. Now, I'm intentional about showing others how to treat me. I communicate openly and stand by my boundaries. This practice has improved my relationships and brought a sense of peace and balance to my life. I've learned that when I set the standard, people respect it, and those who don't simply aren't meant to be in my life. Teaching others how to treat me has been empowering. It's a way of honoring my own worth and creating an environment where I feel respected, valued, and supported. 38. When things get easy, go harder. For a long time I thought reaching a level of comfort was a sign that I could ease up and coast along. When things started feeling easier, I'd let myself relax, thinking I'd already done the hard work. But I noticed that whenever I got too comfortable, I'd start to feel stagnant and unfulfilled. The progress I'd made would plateau, and I'd begin to lose the momentum that had brought me this far in the first place. Then, I learned the value of pushing myself precisely when things started to feel easy. I realized that ease is an opportunity, not a destination. When I'm not facing immediate challenges, I have the mental space to set higher goals, build new skills, or take on projects I'd previously avoided. Now, when things start to feel comfortable, I see it as a cue to up the ante. I push myself to go a little harder, to raise the bar on my own expectations. Embracing this mindset has kept me growing and improving. I no longer view comfort as a stopping point, but as a foundation from which I can reach new heights. When I challenge myself in times of ease, I stay engaged, motivated, and excited about my journey. This approach has helped me make consistent progress, and it's taught me that growth happens when I push my limits, even and especially when things feel easy. 39. Find mentors, not idols. I used to admire people from afar, seeing them as larger-than-life figures whose achievements I could only hope to emulate. I idolized them, thinking that if I could somehow be like them, I'd find success. But over time, I realized that idolizing people created a sense of distance, almost like putting them on a pedestal. I couldn't relate to them, and I often felt discouraged by the gap between where I was and where they were. Then, I learned the difference between idols and mentors. Unlike idols, mentors are people who are willing to share their journey with me, to offer guidance and encouragement. Instead of just admiring them from a distance, I could actually learn from their experiences and insights. Mentors made me feel that success was achievable because they had been where I was and understood the steps to move forward. Building real connections with mentors gave me access to practical advice, support, and a sense of accountability. Now, I seek mentors instead of idols. I look for people who are accessible, who are willing to share their wisdom, and who genuinely want to see me grow. Having mentors has made my journey feel more tangible and less intimidating. I no longer feel the need to idolize. Instead, I feel empowered by the knowledge and encouragement my mentors provide. Finding mentors has taught me that success is a shared path, and with the right guidance I can reach goals I once thought were out of reach. 40. Look for problems to solve. I used to avoid problems, seeing them as inconveniences or obstacles that stood in my way. If something seemed complicated, I'd often sidestep it, thinking that avoiding it would make my life easier. But eventually, I realized that every problem I encountered had a hidden opportunity within it, a chance to learn, grow, and create something valuable. I began to see that solving problems wasn't a burden. It was a pathway to meaningful progress. Once I adopted this mindset, I actively started looking for problems to solve, both in my personal life and in my work. I began to ask, how can I make this better? Or, what solutions could create a positive impact? This approach not only made me more proactive, but also helped me discover talents and strengths I didn't know I had. Each problem I solved boosted my confidence and expanded my capabilities. Now, I view problems as opportunities for growth and contribution. I'm no longer afraid of challenges or setbacks. I welcome them as chances to make a difference and build my skills. This mindset has made my life more fulfilling and has shown me that the more problems I solve, the more capable I become. Looking for problems to solve has taught me that life's challenges are not obstacles, but invitations to create, learn, and lead. 41. Confidence comes from integrity. For a long time, I thought confidence was something I could gain from external achievements, winning an award, getting recognition, or receiving praise. But while these moments felt good, the confidence they brought was often fleeting. I realized that true confidence didn't come from how others viewed me. It came from how I viewed myself, and that self-respect was built on one thing: integrity. Integrity means keeping the promises I make to myself, even when no one is watching. It's about doing what I say I'll do, following through on my goals, and acting in line with my values. When I uphold my own standards, I feel a quiet sense of pride that no one can take away. There's something incredibly grounding about knowing that I can trust myself, that I'm someone who does what they say they will. This inner trust is the foundation of true confidence. Now, I focus less on external validation and more on aligning my actions with my values. I know that as long as I'm acting with integrity, I can be proud of myself, no matter the outcome. This shift has given me a lasting confidence that doesn't depend on others' opinions or approval. By living in alignment with my values, I've built a confidence rooted in self-respect, and it's one of the most empowering transformations I've ever experienced. 42. Embrace imperfect beginnings. For the longest time, I hesitated to start anything unless I felt completely prepared. I'd wait until everything was perfectly lined up. The timing, the resources, the knowledge. But the perfect moment rarely came, and I'd end up delaying my dreams and goals indefinitely. I finally realized that waiting for perfection was just a form of procrastination, and if I wanted to make progress, I had to be willing to start messy and imperfectly. Starting before I felt ready was uncomfortable, but it was also liberating. I learned that I didn't need to have everything figured out to make meaningful progress. Each small step taught me something new, and I adjusted along the way. By embracing imperfection, I gave myself permission to grow and learn in real time, without the pressure of getting it all right immediately. Now I approach new ventures with a spirit of curiosity and openness. I know I can refine and improve as I go, but the important thing is to start. Embracing imperfect beginnings has taught me that progress, not perfection, is what truly moves me forward. This mindset shift has opened doors I'd previously kept shut, and I'm grateful for the freedom to pursue my dreams without waiting for everything to be just right. 43. People often test you right before breakthroughs. There have been times when, just as I was on the verge of a breakthrough, I'd face unexpected challenges. People would question my choices, criticize my progress, or test my resolve in ways that made me doubt myself. It felt like the universe was throwing obstacles in my path, right when I was closest to reaching my goal. But over time, I came to realize that these tests weren't setbacks. They were signals that I was about to level up. Now, whenever I'm met with resistance or doubt, I take it as a sign that I'm on the right path. I remind myself that breakthroughs often come after moments of intense challenge, and these tests are there to help me grow stronger and more resilient. Instead of backing down, I lean into the discomfort, knowing that on the other side is the progress I've been working toward. This perspective has changed how I handle adversity. When I feel tested, I don't see it as a reason to quit. I see it as proof that I'm pushing beyond my comfort zone. Embracing these tests has allowed me to break through barriers I once thought were impossible. I've learned that the greatest rewards often come after the hardest challenges, and I'm willing to stay the course, knowing that my perseverance will pay off. 44. Set boundaries for self-respect. Setting boundaries used to feel difficult, even selfish. I worried about disappointing people or coming across as rude. But as I continued to put others' needs before my own, I realized that I was losing respect for myself. I was constantly drained, overcommitted, and feeling resentful. I finally understood that setting boundaries wasn't about pushing people away. It was about valuing my own time, energy, and well-being. When I started setting boundaries, it felt uncomfortable at first, but I quickly saw the benefits. I had more time and energy to focus on the things that mattered to me, and I felt a renewed sense of self-respect. I realized that when I respected my own limits, others respected them too. Setting boundaries became a way of honoring myself, showing that my needs and priorities were important. Now, I view boundaries as a vital part of self-care. They're not barriers. They're guidelines that help me protect my peace and maintain healthy relationships. I've learned that self-respect begins with respecting my own limits and communicating them clearly. By setting boundaries, I'm able to show up more fully in my life, knowing that I'm honoring my own worth. 45. Gratitude and ambition can coexist. For a while, I thought that being grateful for what I had meant, I shouldn't want more. I'd feel guilty for having big dreams and ambitions, thinking it was somehow a sign of dissatisfaction. But I eventually learned that gratitude and ambition aren't opposites, they're partners. I can appreciate everything I have while still striving for more. Practicing gratitude has taught me to find joy in the present, to value my journey, and to celebrate my achievements. But my ambitions keep me excited for the future and motivated to grow. I've learned that being grateful for where I am doesn't mean I have to stop aiming higher. Gratitude gives me a strong foundation, and ambition pushes me forward. Together, they create a balanced mindset where I'm both content and driven. Now, I embrace both gratitude and ambition as essential parts of my life. I wake up grateful for the opportunities I've been given, and I go to bed with dreams of what I can create next. This combination has allowed me to enjoy the present without losing sight of my future goals. I've found that gratitude and ambition can coexist harmoniously, each fueling the other in a way that keeps me grounded, fulfilled, and inspired. 46. Treat others how you want to be treated. This simple principle has been a guiding light in my relationships. Whenever I'm in a challenging situation, I remind myself to treat others the way I'd want to be treated. It's easy to react out of frustration or impatience, but I know that kindness, respect, and empathy are values I hold dear, and I try to live by them every day. This approach has helped me build stronger connections and handle conflicts with grace. When I put myself in others' shoes, I find that I'm more understanding and compassionate. I've learned that a small gesture of kindness can make a big difference, and treating others with respect often brings out the best in them too. By living this principle, I not only uplift others but also create an environment where positivity and mutual respect thrive. Now, treating others as I'd want to be treated isn't just a rule, it's a way of life. It reminds me to approach every interaction with empathy and integrity. This mindset has enriched my relationships and brought a sense of harmony and fulfillment to my life. I believe that by embodying the values I admire, I can make a positive impact on the people around me and build a life centered on love and respect. 47. If you keep running into bad people, look inward. There was a time when I felt like I kept attracting negativity in my life. Difficult co-workers, friends who weren't supportive, or situations that felt toxic. I'd wonder why I was surrounded by such energy, assuming it was just bad luck. But after some reflection, I realized that there might be a deeper reason behind these recurring encounters. Perhaps it wasn't just about the people around me. Maybe there was something within me that needed attention. Looking inward was challenging, but it opened my eyes. I began examining my own beliefs, behaviors, and boundaries, I noticed patterns where I allowed certain treatment or ignored red flags. I realized that my own mindset and actions were playing a role in the kind of people and situations I was attracting. When I started making shifts, valuing myself more, setting healthier boundaries, and being mindful of my energy, the quality of my relationships and encounters improved. Now, whenever I feel like I'm surrounded by negativity, I take a step back and reflect on my own role. I ask myself if there's anything I need to adjust in my mindset or behavior. This self-awareness has transformed my relationships and has taught me that the energy I put out often mirrors what comes back to me. By looking inward and making positive changes, I've created a more supportive and uplifting environment around me. 48. Waiting for a sign is a sign. I used to wait for the perfect moment to make a decision or take a big step. I'd tell myself that I needed a clear sign from the universe before moving forward. But what I didn't realize was that waiting for a sign was, in itself, a sign. It was a sign that I was already curious, already considering the change, and perhaps just holding back out of fear or doubt. One day, I decided to interpret my desire for a sign as a signal to act. I stopped waiting for external validation and began trusting my own instincts. If I was looking for a sign to pursue a dream or make a life change, I took it as a sign that I was ready to explore it. This shift in perspective freed me from overthinking and gave me the courage to start. I realized that I didn't need the universe to spell things out for me. I could trust myself to make decisions. Now, whenever I feel that desire for a sign, I treat it as my inner voice giving me a gentle nudge. I trust that if I'm already thinking about a change, it's worth exploring. This approach has helped me take ownership of my choices and has given me the freedom to move forward with confidence. I've learned that the sign I'm looking for is often already within me, waiting for me to listen and take action. 49. Admit when you're in the wrong place. For a long time I stayed in situations, jobs, friendships, even routines that didn't feel right. I'd convince myself that things would improve or that I just needed to push through. But deep down, I knew when something wasn't a good fit. It was uncomfortable to admit that I might be in the wrong place because it felt like failure. I worried about the judgment or the unknown of what might come next. Eventually, I realized that staying in the wrong place was costing me more than the discomfort of change ever could. It was holding me back from growth, joy, and fulfillment. Admitting that something isn't right doesn't mean I've failed. It simply means I'm making space for what truly aligns with me. Now, I listen to my instincts more closely. When I feel uneasy or out of sync, I take it seriously and consider if it's time to move on. Making the choice to leave the wrong place has empowered me. I no longer see it as a setback, but as an act of courage and self-respect. By being honest with myself, I've been able to find environments and relationships that genuinely support me. Admitting when I'm in the wrong place has taught me that it's okay to change direction and that letting go is often the first step toward finding where I truly belong. 50. Build a weekly routine of reflection. Life can get so busy that it's easy to go through the motions without stopping to think about where I'm headed. I used to do this, just moving from one task to the next, checking off to-dos without taking the time to reflect. But then I realized that without reflection, I wasn't learning from my experiences or adjusting my goals. I needed a way to check in with myself and make sure I was living intentionally. So, I decided to create a weekly reflection routine. Every Sunday, I take a little time to review my week, what went well, what I learned, and where I want to improve. I also set intentions for the week ahead, aligning my actions with my long-term goals. This simple habit has brought so much clarity and purpose to my life. Instead of just reacting to circumstances, I feel more in control, more focused, and more aware of my progress. Now, this weekly routine is something I look forward to. It grounds me, gives me perspective, and reminds me of my priorities. Building a routine of reflection has helped me grow, stay on track, and live a life that feels authentic and meaningful. By taking the time to look inward each week, I'm able to stay aligned with my values and continue moving toward the life I truly want. Reflection has become a powerful tool for growth, and I'm grateful for the clarity and intention it brings to my journey. These 50 insights are more than just advice. They're life lessons that can shape the way you approach everything, from relationships to personal growth. Remember, real change doesn't happen overnight, but by embracing these truths, you're already taking the first steps towards a more fulfilling life. Now, I'd love to hear from you. Which insight resonated with you the most? Or do you have a personal takeaway that's helped you along your journey? Share your thoughts in the comments. I read each one, and I'd love to connect with you there. If you found value in this video, please give it a thumbs up, and don't forget to subscribe for more insights that can guide you on your path to growth. And if you know someone who could benefit from these lessons, go ahead and share this video with them. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Have you ever found yourself drained after a conversation, wondering how to shield yourself from the negativity that seems to cling to you? In a world where toxic interactions can sap our energy and dampen our spirits, the ability to rise above these challenges is crucial. Imagine if you could navigate these turbulent waters with grace and resilience, transforming every negative encounter into an opportunity for growth. This journey begins with understanding and mastering the principles that fortify our mental and emotional well-being. Join us as we explore powerful strategies, from self-care practices to emotional stability, that empower us to not just survive, but thrive amidst life's adversities. Self-care practices. Engaging in self-care activities such as exercise, hobbies, and spending time with loved ones replenishes our energy and resilience, making it easier to cope with toxic interactions. Prioritizing self-care enables us to maintain our well-being amidst challenging circumstances. One notable example of the importance of self-care comes from former First Lady Michelle Obama. Throughout her time in the White House, Michelle Obama faced immense pressures and public scrutiny. Despite the challenges, she consistently emphasized the importance of self-care. She regularly engaged in exercise, notably her early morning workouts, and promoted healthy eating through her Let's Move campaign. Michelle also prioritized spending quality time with her family, which she described as her source of strength and stability. By focusing on self-care, Michelle Obama not only maintained her own well-being, but also set a powerful example for others. Her approach highlighted that even in the most demanding roles, taking time for oneself is essential for long-term resilience and effectiveness. This dedication to self-care allowed her to navigate the complexities of public life with grace and resilience, demonstrating that nurturing one's physical and emotional health is crucial in facing and overcoming toxic interactions. Incorporating self-care into our daily routines, much like Michelle Obama, helps build the resilience needed to handle life's challenges, whether it's through exercise, hobbies, or spending time with loved ones. These practices renew our energy and strengthen our ability to cope with difficult situations, ultimately leading to a more balanced and fulfilling life. Empathy and understanding. Practicing empathy allows us to understand the perspectives and emotions of others, even toxic individuals. By empathizing with their struggles, we can respond with compassion rather than reacting defensively, which can sometimes diffuse tense situations. A well-known example of empathy in action is the approach taken by Nelson Mandela during his presidency in South Africa. After spending 27 years in prison under the apartheid regime, Mandela emerged with a spirit of forgiveness and understanding. Instead of seeking retribution, he chose to empathize with his former oppressors, understanding their fears and concerns. Mandela's empathy facilitated peaceful negotiations and the establishment of a multiracial democracy. His ability to see the humanity in others, even those who had wronged him, exemplifies how empathy can transform hostile interactions into opportunities for reconciliation and healing. Seeking support. Accepting help from friends, family, or professionals strengthens resilience and fosters growth. Different perspectives offer valuable insights and solutions to overcome challenges. One prominent example is Oprah Winfrey, who has openly discussed her difficult childhood and the support she received from mentors and friends throughout her life. Oprah's willingness to seek and accept support allowed her to navigate numerous personal and professional challenges. Her story underscores the importance of a support network in building resilience and achieving success. Oprah's journey from a troubled youth to a media mogul highlights how seeking support can provide the necessary strength to overcome adversity. Solution-oriented approach. Focusing on practical solutions rather than dwelling on problems promotes resilience and creativity. Adaptability and cooperation are vital in finding effective solutions. Elon Musk exemplifies a solution-oriented approach through his work with SpaceX. Faced with numerous technical and financial challenges, Musk and his team focused on finding innovative solutions rather than getting bogged down by the problems. This mindset led to the successful development of reusable rockets, significantly reducing the cost of space travel. Musk's ability to stay solution-focused has driven advancements in technology and space exploration, demonstrating the power of a practical, forward-thinking approach. Detection of false cordiality. Recognizing signs like body language, tone of voice, consistency of behavior, and trusting intuition can protect against manipulations and foster authentic connections. Princess Diana was adept at detecting false cordiality within the British royal circles and the media. Despite the outward appearances of friendliness, Diana often faced manipulation and deceit. Her intuition and ability to read nonverbal cues helped her navigate these challenges, allowing her to form genuine connections with those who truly supported her. Diana's experiences highlight the importance of being attuned to subtle signals and trusting one's instincts to avoid manipulation. Cognitive restructuring. Cognitive restructuring involves challenging and reframing negative thoughts and beliefs that contribute to stress and anxiety. By identifying and replacing irrational or distorted thinking patterns, we can develop a more positive and resilient mindset, reducing the impact of toxic people on our mental health. Cognitive restructuring played a significant role in the recovery of J.K. Rowling, the author of the Harry Potter series, from her struggles with depression. By challenging her negative thoughts and focusing on her writing, she transformed her mindset and overcame her mental health challenges. Rowling's journey from a single mother on welfare to a best-selling author demonstrates how altering our thought patterns can lead to remarkable personal and professional achievements. Focus on goals. Emotional intelligence helps maintain focus on objectives despite challenges or distractions. Self-awareness and empathy enable navigating through obstacles while keeping goals in sight. Steve Jobs, the co-founder of Apple, is a prime example of someone who maintained focus on his goals despite numerous setbacks. Jobs' emotional intelligence allowed him to understand and motivate his team, while keeping his vision for Apple clear. His resilience and unwavering focus on innovation led to the creation of groundbreaking products like the iPhone and the iPad, solidifying Apple's position as a leader in technology. Control of negative self-talk. Transforming internal criticism into positive self-image requires reframing thoughts, practicing mindfulness, expressing gratitude, and offering self-compassion. Serena Williams, one of the greatest tennis players of all time, has spoken openly about the importance of positive self-talk in her career. Williams uses affirmations and mindfulness practices to manage her thoughts and maintain a positive self-image, which has been crucial to her success on and off the court. Her ability to control negative self-talk and cultivate a strong, positive mindset has been a key factor in her enduring athletic dominance. Avoiding unnecessary arguments, concentrating on similarities, knowing when to withdraw, and replacing statements with questions help diffuse tensions and maintain peaceful interactions. The diplomatic skills of former President Jimmy Carter are a testament to the effectiveness of avoiding unnecessary arguments. Carter's approach to international diplomacy often involved finding common ground and knowing when to step back to avoid escalating conflicts. His efforts in brokering peace deals, such as the Camp David Accords between Egypt and Israel, illustrate how focusing on similarities and strategic withdrawal can lead to peaceful resolutions. Energy intelligence. Managing personal energy influences not only oneself, but also others. Practices like meditation and mindful eating positively impact mental and physical well-being. Arianna Huffington, founder of the Huffington Post, advocates for energy intelligence through practices like sufficient sleep, meditation, and mindful eating. After experiencing a collapse due to exhaustion, Huffington transformed her approach to work and well-being, emphasizing the importance of managing personal energy. Her advocacy has inspired many to prioritize their health and well-being to achieve greater productivity and fulfillment. Setting boundaries. Boundaries protect personal space and foster healthier relationships. Communicating openly about boundaries promotes mutual respect and understanding. Brené Brown, a research professor and author, is a strong proponent of setting boundaries. Brown emphasizes that setting clear boundaries is essential for cultivating empathy, compassion, and healthy relationships. Her research and personal experiences underscore the importance of communicating our limits and expectations to ensure mutual respect and understanding in all interactions. Assertive communication. Assertiveness involves expressing our needs, opinions, and boundaries clearly and respectfully. By practicing assertive communication, we can address toxic behavior directly and assert our boundaries without escalating conflicts. Malala Yousafzai, the youngest Nobel Prize laureate, exemplifies assertive communication. Despite facing life-threatening danger from the Taliban, Malala continued to advocate for girls' education in Pakistan with clarity and conviction. Her assertive communication has brought global attention to the importance of education and the rights of women, demonstrating the power of clear, respectful expression in effecting change. Forgiveness and memory. Forgiveness is about carving beauty from pain, while memory guides us to learn from past experiences without dwelling on them. Resilience grows from understanding and appreciating both. Desmond Tutu, a key figure in South Africa's anti-apartheid movement, is renowned for his emphasis on forgiveness and reconciliation. As chairman of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, Tutu advocated for forgiveness as a means to heal the nation. His belief in the power of forgiveness, coupled with a commitment to remembering past injustices to prevent their recurrence, exemplifies how forgiveness and memory can work together to foster resilience and growth. Emotional stability. Maintaining calmness and balance amidst toxic people requires mindfulness and stress management. Cultivating awareness of emotions helps develop mental resilience. The practices of the Dalai Lama provide an excellent example of maintaining emotional stability. Despite being in exile and facing political challenges, the Dalai Lama consistently practices mindfulness and stress management techniques. His ability to maintain emotional balance through meditation and a deep understanding of his emotions has allowed him to lead with compassion and resilience, serving as an inspiration to many around the world. As we navigate the complexities of our interactions and the challenges they bring, it's clear that resilience and emotional intelligence are our greatest allies. By engaging in self-care, practicing empathy, seeking support, and maintaining focus on our goals, we can build a robust foundation to withstand toxic influences. Embracing cognitive restructuring, managing our energy, and setting clear boundaries enable us to handle adversity with grace. Through assertive communication, forgiveness, and emotional stability, we transform potential conflicts into opportunities for growth and connection. Remember, the power to thrive amidst life's challenges lies within us. By cultivating these practices, we not only protect our well-being, but also inspire those around us to do the same. Together, we can foster a more compassionate, understanding, and resilient world. Have you ever considered the immense power that lies within the simple act of staying silent? In a world filled with constant noise and chatter, the idea of embracing silence might seem both daunting and intriguing. Yet, it is often in these quiet moments that we discover profound truths about ourselves and the world around us. Words have immense power. They shape our reality, influence our emotions, and impact those around us in profound ways. As the ancient teachings suggest, our words can be likened to the sharpest knife in the world, capable of cutting deep into the hearts and minds of others. This dual-edged nature of speech means that while our words can be a source of great strength, they can also be a significant weakness if not used wisely. Imagine a situation where a person receives an encouraging word from a friend or mentor at a crucial moment. This simple, kind gesture can boost their confidence, inspire them to overcome challenges, and lead to their success. On the contrary, consider a scenario where someone is subjected to harsh criticism or negative remarks. These words can leave lasting scars, causing emotional pain and diminishing their self-worth. In daily life, we often encounter moments where the choice of words can make a difference. For instance, a teacher's encouraging feedback can motivate a student to excel, while a parent's gentle words can soothe a child's fears. However, when words are used carelessly or unkindly, they can lead to misunderstandings, conflicts, and strained relationships. The balance between speaking and silence is crucial. Knowing when to speak and when to hold back can be a powerful skill. Speaking kindly and wisely at the right moments can open doors to opportunities, build trust, and foster positive connections. Conversely, unkind or untimely words can create obstacles and lead to difficulties in our personal and professional lives. This delicate balance is at the heart of the story we're about to explore, a tale that underscores the transformative power of silence. Through the journey of a troubled king and a wise Buddhist monk, we will delve into the profound impact that silence and mindful speech can have on our lives. By understanding and embracing these principles, we can learn to harness the power of our words and achieve a deeper sense of inner peace and fulfillment. The King and the Buddhist Monk Story, Part 1. Our story begins in ancient India, in a serene forest far removed from the hustle and bustle of the world. In this tranquil setting lived a renowned Buddhist monk, known throughout the land for his wisdom and meditative prowess. His peaceful demeanor and profound insights attracted many seekers of truth, including kings and commoners alike. One day, a king, despite his immense wealth, fame, and luxurious lifestyle, found himself in a state of deep restlessness and dissatisfaction, no matter how many treasures he accumulated or how much he indulged in the pleasures of his royal life. Inner peace eluded him. Desperate to find a solution, the king decided to visit the famous monk, hoping to discover the secret to tranquility. Upon meeting the monk, the king poured out his troubles, confessing that he felt constantly tired, frustrated, and upset. "Respected monk," the king pleaded, "I have everything one could desire, yet there is no peace within me. My mind is perpetually restless. Please help me to rid myself of this turmoil." The monk, listening intently, responded with a gentle smile, "Your Majesty, the answer you seek is already within you, but you have not yet discovered it. I propose an experiment. If you are willing, I believe it will bring you the peace you desire." Intrigued but skeptical, the king agreed to follow the monk's guidance. The monk's plan was simple, yet challenging. For the next 15 days, the king would stay in the monastery, living as a common monk. During this period, he was to remain silent and speak as little as possible, focusing on solitude and self-reflection. The king, though anxious about the prospect of such a drastic change, consented to the monk's plan, hoping that this experiment would finally bring him the inner calm he desperately needed. Part 2. The King's Experience. On the first day of his stay at the monastery, the king found it incredibly difficult to adhere to the monk's instructions. His mind was more restless than ever, filled with an endless stream of questions and thoughts. Used to giving orders and engaging in constant conversation, he struggled with the enforced silence. Every passing hour seemed to amplify his unease, making the task of remaining quiet feel nearly impossible. Despite the overwhelming urge to speak and vent his frustrations, the king resisted. He stayed in his assigned quarters, sitting quietly and observing the simple life of the monks around him. As night fell, a surprising sense of calm began to wash over him. He couldn't understand why, but for the first time in a long while, he felt a glimmer of happiness. The following days brought new challenges but also new insights. As the king continued his silent vigil, he began to notice the beauty in his surroundings that he had previously overlooked. He watched the delicate dance of flowers swaying in the breeze, the intricate patterns of birds in flight, and the serene flow of the nearby river. These simple observations brought a sense of connection and peace that he had never experienced in his opulent palace. By the 10th day, the king's inner restlessness had significantly diminished. He found himself spending more time in silent contemplation, appreciating the tranquility of nature and the simplicity of monastic life. On the 12th day, something remarkable happened. As he sat in meditation, his eyes closed on their own, and he slipped into a deep, serene state. For the first time, his mind was free from worry and distraction, immersed in profound inner peace. During the final days of his stay, the king's experience deepened further. He spent hours in meditation, feeling a sense of joy and fulfillment that he had never known. The transformation was so profound that by the 15th day, he approached the monk with newfound clarity and gratitude. Part 3, revelation and transformation. With a calm and reflective demeanor, the king expressed his gratitude to the monk. "Respected monk," he began, "I have discovered the root of my troubles. I realized that my constant talking and negative thinking were the sources of my restlessness and failures. This excessive chatter and criticism drained my energy and clouded my mind, making it difficult for me to focus and succeed." The monk listened attentively, nodding in understanding. The king continued, "During these 15 days of silence, I experienced a transformation. I found that by speaking less and observing more, I could connect with the world in a deeper, more meaningful way. I learned that true peace comes from within, and that silence is a powerful tool for achieving it." The king's realization was profound. He understood that his previous behavior, talking excessively and often negatively, had not only affected his mental state, but also his relationships and effectiveness as a ruler. The silence had allowed him to introspect and understand the value of measured, mindful speech. He shared with the monk how, in his moments of quiet reflection, he had gained insights into his own behavior and its impact on others. "I saw how my words could hurt or heal, and how my silence could bring clarity and peace. These 15 days have taught me more than years of royal counsel." Part 4, Monk's Teachings. The monk then shared his wisdom, reinforcing the king's newfound understanding. "Your experience is a testament to the power of silence," he said. "Silence is not merely the absence of speech. It is a state of inner calm and awareness. When we are silent, we can hear the whispers of our own soul and connect with the deeper truths within us." He explained that silence is the first step to self-discovery. By quieting the constant chatter of the mind, we create space for introspection and inner growth. The monk recounted a story of Gautama Buddha, who often remained silent to dive deep within himself, discovering profound insights and wisdom. "Silence allows us to observe our thoughts and emotions without judgment," the monk continued. "It helps us become more patient and aware, leading to greater clarity and understanding. When we speak only when necessary, our words carry more weight and are more likely to be received with respect and consideration." The monk emphasized that excessive talking often leads to misunderstandings, conflicts, and unnecessary stress. By embracing silence, we can reduce these negative interactions and foster a more harmonious environment. He encouraged the king to continue practicing silence and mindful speech, not just for personal peace, but also to set an example for his kingdom. The story's broader implications, the monk's teachings, extended beyond the king's personal transformation. He highlighted the broader implications of embracing silence in our daily lives. "Imagine a world where people spoke less and listened more," he said. "There would be fewer arguments, less restlessness, and more understanding." He pointed out that many of the world's problems stem from miscommunication and hasty words. By learning to be silent, we can avoid unnecessary conflicts and build stronger, more meaningful relationships. Silence can act as a buffer, giving us time to think before we speak and ensuring that our words are thoughtful and kind. The monk also discussed the role of meditation in fostering inner peace. "Meditation is a practice of silence," he explained. "It helps us connect with our inner selves and find calm amidst the chaos of daily life. By spending time in solitude and quiet reflection, we can cultivate a sense of tranquility that permeates all aspects of our lives." He encouraged the king and others to spend at least 20 minutes alone in solitude every day. This practice, he assured, would bring positive changes, helping individuals become more patient, aware, and connected with their inner selves. In conclusion, the story of the king and the monk underscores the transformative power of silence and mindful speech. Through his journey, the king discovered that true peace and happiness come from within, and that silence is a key to unlocking this inner tranquility. By speaking less and listening more, we can connect more deeply with ourselves and others, fostering a more harmonious and fulfilling life. The monk's teachings remind us that our words are powerful tools that can heal or harm. By embracing silence and practicing mindful speech, we can reduce conflicts, enhance our relationships, and achieve a deeper sense of inner peace. This story serves as a timeless reminder of the importance of finding balance between speech and silence in our lives, and the profound impact it can have on our overall well-being. Miyamoto Musashi's technique to conquer overthinking. Miyamoto Musashi, a name that echoes through the annals of history, was a legendary Japanese swordsman, philosopher, and strategist. Born in 1584 during the tumultuous Sengoku period, Musashi lived a life marked by relentless pursuit of mastery and profound wisdom. His journey from a young samurai to an undefeated warrior who won over 60 duels is not only a testament to his skill with the sword, but also to his unyielding spirit and disciplined mind. Musashi's philosophy transcended mere combat. He was a student of life, constantly seeking to understand the deeper truths that govern human existence. His teachings, compiled in his seminal work, The Book of Five Rings, offer insights that extend beyond the battlefield, touching on aspects of strategy, focus, and mental clarity that are universally applicable. In an era where life and death hung in the balance, Musashi's ability to maintain a clear and focused mind under extreme pressure sets him apart. His strategies for overcoming overthinking and achieving mental clarity are as relevant today as they were centuries ago. By studying Musashi's life and teachings, we can learn valuable lessons on how to navigate our own mental struggles and achieve a state of inner peace and resilience. Number 1, the power of practice of Miyamoto. Musashi, the legendary swordsman, understood the transformative power of practice. He knew that mastery wasn't achieved overnight, but through relentless and disciplined effort. In today's fast-paced world, we often seek quick fixes and instant gratification, leading to overthinking and frustration when results don't come quickly. Musashi's wisdom teaches us that consistent practice is the key to overcoming mental clutter. By dedicating ourselves to regular practice, whether it's in our careers, personal development, or hobbies, we build resilience and focus. This disciplined approach helps clear our minds of unnecessary doubts and fears. Remember, every great achievement begins with a commitment to practice. The path to mastery is long, but with each step, we refine our skills, sharpen our minds, and move closer to our goals. Embrace the process, trust in the practice, and let go of the need for immediate results. In the words of Musashi, today is victory over yourself of yesterday. Tomorrow is your victory over lesser men. Let this be a guiding principle in your journey towards self-improvement and mental clarity. Number 2, focus on purposeful actions. In a world filled with distractions, Musashi's advice to do nothing that is of no use is more relevant than ever. Overthinking often stems from engaging in activities that add no value to our lives. Whether it's getting caught up in social media drama, endless scrolling, or pointless debates, these distractions clutter our minds and lead us away from our true purpose. Musashi's wisdom teaches us to focus on what truly matters. Identify what is essential in your life and eliminate the rest. By dedicating our time and energy to purposeful actions, we not only achieve more, but also create a clear and focused mind. This Stoic approach encourages us to prioritize our goals and ignore the noise around us. Ask yourself, is this activity bringing me closer to my goals? If the answer is no, it's time to let it go. By simplifying our lives and concentrating on what's important, we reduce overthinking and enhance our productivity and well-being. Number 3, embracing impermanence. Musashi's teachings remind us of the impermanent nature of life. He understood that change is the only constant, and by embracing this truth, we can reduce the mental burden of overthinking. When we cling to the illusion of permanence, we create unnecessary stress and anxiety. Accepting impermanence allows us to flow with life's natural rhythms and adapt to changing circumstances with grace. This Stoic principle encourages us to focus on the present moment, knowing that everything we experience is transient. By letting go of the need to control every outcome, we free ourselves from the chains of overthinking. Embrace the changes that come your way and understand that each moment, whether good or bad, is fleeting. This perspective not only brings peace of mind but also empowers us to live fully in the present, appreciating each experience as it comes. Number 4, identifying root causes. Musashi's wisdom teaches us to perceive that which cannot be seen with the eye. This profound insight emphasizes the importance of looking inward to identify the root causes of our overthinking. Often, our mental struggles are fueled by deep-seated fears and insecurities that lie beneath the surface. By acknowledging and addressing these underlying issues, we can find clarity and move forward. This Stoic approach encourages us to be honest with ourselves, to dive deep into our inner world, and to confront our true feelings. It's not about avoiding or suppressing our thoughts, but rather understanding their origins. By doing so, we can tackle overthinking at its source. Take time to reflect and introspect, and don't shy away from uncovering uncomfortable truths about yourself. This self-awareness is the first step towards overcoming overthinking and achieving mental peace. Number 5, flexibility and open-mindedness. Musashi's wisdom teaches us the value of flexibility and open-mindedness. Overthinking often arises from a rigid mindset, where we fixate on finding the perfect solution. This rigidity can paralyze us, preventing us from taking action and moving forward. Musashi's advice is simple yet profound. Understand that there is more than one path to the top of the mountain. Embrace the idea that there are multiple ways to achieve your goals and solve problems. By being adaptable and open to different approaches, you reduce the anxiety that comes from perfectionism. This Stoic principle encourages us to let go of our need for control and accept the natural flow of life. Flexibility in thought and action allows us to navigate challenges with ease and reduces the mental strain of overthinking. Number 6, cultivating a growth mindset. Musashi's teachings align closely with the concept of a growth mindset, where challenges are seen as opportunities for growth rather than obstacles. Overthinking often stems from a fear of failure or an obsession with perfection. By adopting a growth mindset, we shift our focus from fixed outcomes to continuous learning and improvement. Musashi believed that true mastery comes from embracing challenges and persevering through difficulties. This Stoic approach encourages us to view each setback as a valuable lesson and each success as a step towards greater wisdom. By cultivating a growth mindset, we reduce the mental burden of overthinking and open ourselves up to endless possibilities for personal development. Embrace challenges, learn from your experiences, and constantly strive to improve. This mindset not only enhances your resilience, but also brings a sense of purpose and fulfillment to your life. Number 7, mind-body balance. Musashi's advice to not let the body be dragged along by the mind, nor the mind by the body, highlights the importance of balance. Overthinking often occurs when there is a disconnect between our mental and physical states. Musashi emphasized the need for harmony between the mind and body to achieve clarity and peace. In our modern lives, it's easy to become mentally overwhelmed while neglecting our physical well-being, or vice versa. By focusing on balancing both aspects, we create a more holistic approach to our overall health. Engage in activities that nurture both your mind and body, such as exercise, meditation, and proper rest. This equilibrium helps reduce overthinking by ensuring that both your mental and physical energies are aligned and supportive of each other. When the mind and body work in harmony, we experience a greater sense of well-being and clarity. Number 8, living in the present. Musashi's teachings emphasize the importance of living fully in the present moment. Overthinking often pulls us into the past with regrets or into the future with worries. This mental tug-of-war distracts us from the here and now, where life truly happens. Musashi believed that focusing on the present task with full attention and effort is the key to achieving excellence and peace of mind. This Stoic principle encourages us to embrace each day as it comes, giving our best to what is in front of us without being weighed down by what might or might not happen. By living in the present, we can break free from the cycle of overthinking and experience life more fully. Concentrate on today's actions and let tomorrow take care of itself. This approach not only enhances productivity, but also brings a deeper sense of fulfillment and contentment. Number 9, timing and patience. Musashi's grasp of timing and patience is a crucial lesson in managing overthinking. He taught that there is a right time for everything, and rushing often leads to mistakes and stress. Overthinking is frequently a result of impatience and the desire for immediate results. By understanding and respecting the natural timing of events, we can reduce the anxiety that comes from trying to force outcomes. This Stoic principle reminds us that good things take time and that patience is a virtue. Trust the process and be patient with your progress. Recognize that each step forward, no matter how small, is part of a larger journey. By aligning ourselves with the natural rhythm of life, we can maintain a clear and focused mind, free from the chaos of overthinking. Number 10, mindful meditation. Incorporating mindful meditation into your daily routine can be a powerful antidote to overthinking. Musashi himself practiced forms of meditation to maintain a clear and focused mind. Mindfulness helps us become aware of our thought patterns and teaches us to observe them without judgment. This practice allows us to let go of unproductive or negative thoughts and stay anchored in the present moment. By dedicating time each day to mindfulness, we can cultivate a calm and peaceful mind. This Stoic practice encourages us to embrace stillness and silence, providing a refuge from the constant mental chatter that fuels overthinking. Through regular meditation, we develop the ability to detach from our thoughts and gain a greater sense of clarity and control over our minds. Miyamoto Musashi's timeless wisdom offers powerful strategies to conquer overthinking and achieve mental clarity. By integrating his teachings into your daily life, you can cultivate a focused mind, live with purpose, and navigate challenges with grace and resilience. From embracing impermanence to practicing mindfulness, each lesson is a stepping stone towards a more balanced and fulfilling existence.